I don't know if I'm gonna work on this today or not. The more I think about it, I mean, I kind of want to. Yeah, well, you know what? Let's do it. I think we'll work on it. Maybe we'll do something else. It doesn't have much story, which I kind of don't like. Um, but maybe I'll still just play around with it for a bit. Maybe that's what I'll do. You would think that I would have like a plan going into stream, but no, I truly don't know if I want to start something new right now or if I should just jump straight in. Because like I'm thinking I might treat it like a thumbnail kind of and do like a little iteration of it. Because there are some things that I don't like. You know, the floating things I don't like because there's nothing floating in the background, so it doesn't give context to that stuff. So we could add little floating things back here very lightly. Or we could change this a little bit. It would be... I do like my magical glowing stones. So we could try... What if there was... I don't know how this would work. Something like that, maybe? Oh, I should probably turn on my webcam and all that. Also, do I have a voice? I think I do. Every time Windows updates, it disconnects my audio. It disconnects my mic. Wait, did I just say webcam? No, not webcam. Microphone. Disconnects my microphone every time Windows updates. And I don't know why, but it's annoying. It does it on both Discord and on OBS and pretty much everywhere. Everywhere that I use my mic, which is pretty much just those two places. But yeah, maybe something like this where we put some sort of sparkles. Not sparkles, but you know, magical veins of magic sort of running through the landscape. I don't know if I like this. It definitely makes it feel more fantasy, which is kind of... I mean, maybe it's a little lazy. I don't think it's too bad. But yeah, I'm just trying to, like, play around a little bit with potentials of where to go. Like, what if I were to get rid of this? This is kind of what I was thinking about last stream. It's like, what if I just get rid of the floating island stuff? Because the floating island stuff's not bad. But it doesn't have context. We can't just put a floating thing in the scene without making it... Like, you can't just put the corner of something, right? That'd be like putting a foot or something because somebody's floating. It's like, okay, that doesn't give you enough context that that's a floating person because there's nobody else floating. But if we had a whole bunch of people all floating, right, then having the foot of someone up top also would be fine, right? Because then you could get the vibe of it. That's kind of how I feel with this. So yeah, maybe that's what I do. Maybe I focus more on the clouds, or not more on the clouds, but I do some cloud stuff. We were talking about clouds the other day, a little bit, about how they're not always just big white puffy balls. Sometimes there's shadows or they're darker than the sky sometimes. And your brain can still make them out to be white fluffy clouds. Because brains are cool like that and also weird. Whichever perspective you want to take. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. It is, what day is it? It feels like a Monday. It's a Monday. Actually, it doesn't feel like a Monday. It feels like a Thursday. But it is Monday. I think it's because I stayed up. And after stream... Let's see, when was it? No, it wasn't after stream. I did stream on Sunday. Actually, it was after stream on Saturday. I took a nap, or I slept... Not even a nap. I slept like immediately after stream for like 5 hours, which completely messed up my stream schedule or my sleep schedule. And then I was basically awake all night up until the art stuff on Sunday, and so then I slept again after that. So I slept an extra sleep between last stream and this stream, so it doesn't feel like a Monday anymore. It feels like a Tuesday or something. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a Monday. And because of that, I guess the next stream would be Thursday, so it kind of feels like that. Good day, Druffzilla. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we remove these things, add some stuff, some glowy stuff. Now, I feel like we should probably add some stuff in the foreground, right? Again, context. Make it a little more clear of what things are doing. Maybe not, though. It's going just fine. Going just fine. How about you? It's going. It's going pretty good, actually. I feel good. Yeah, played a lot of video games yesterday. So that probably not the most productive, but you know what? I had fun. And yeah, my sleep schedule is a complete disaster. But also, that's, you know, not really complaining because I actually feel pretty good. But yeah, I'm doing okay. And when you say you're doing just fine, still playing Coral, I have been playing Coral Island. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Among other things. I play other games too, but it's, yeah, that game's fun. It's pretty chill, kind of. But it's also like, because I don't want to say it's niche, but like compared to, you know, Stardew Valley, it's not as popular, I think. For sure, it's not. But it is similar, but it has like, it feels longer than Stardew Valley. Like in Stardew Valley, after the first year or so, I don't know if you guys know much about Stardew Valley, but basically there's a bunch of stuff you can do, like completing this community center, and after you do some stuff, you kind of have to like make up your it at that point is more sandboxing, and you have to make up your own goals, kind of. There's a few like stretch goal type things where, you know, like super duper expensive items that you can buy, but more or less the game is done-ish. Whereas in Coral Island, it just kind of keeps going. Like, I don't know where the end is. I'm not there yet. But there's kind of like a part 2 of the game in the game. So it's like the game just doubles itself in a way, which gives more things. I don't know. It's quite interesting. But I've been having fun. But anyway, my point is, because it's kind of niche, there's not a ton of, like, one of the things I like about those types. Hey, Cosmic Noodles, how's it going? It has a lot more story. It does have a lot more story. Or it seems to have a lot more like character development and story arcs and, yeah, lore in the world. But also because it's kind of not as popular. Like, one of the things that I like about those games, like Stardew Valley, is that there's a lot of like optimization, right? There's a lot of people, you know, some people will try and speed run it, you know, speed run the community center or different things. Well, it's not as easy to find that information, so it feels a little bit more like uncharted territory, you know? Cosmic Noodles, it's been a long time. School is still kicking your ass even in the summer. Oh no. Are you doing any like summer classes and stuff? Also, do schools still put out like reading lists for summer? Like, here's a bunch of stuff you have to read. I know some like classes will put out books that you have to have read before the class so that you're up to date. They do? Okay, that sucks. I mean, it only sucks because you're forced to read those books, not because reading sucks. Reading is great, by the way, but it does suck when you're told what to read. It's funny, when I was in school, back in my day, yeah, I hated reading. I mean, I don't want to say I took pride in not reading, because that sounds ridiculous, because reading has always been cool, but there was something about, like, reading what the teachers told you always sucked, because it never felt relatable. It never felt like there was something to be learned. I mean, there typically was, but it just, I don't know. Like, it wasn't until after I got out of school that I was like, oh my gosh, reading is really fun. And also, especially audiobooks, because you can read while you're doing other things that you have to do, like work or, you know, chores around the home, whatever it is you're doing. Okay, what I want to try is, instead of noodling too much, what if well, I am going to noodle, but I'm going to add a bunch of random things, like rocks, and just a bunch of stuff. Like breaking up this rock, just breaking things up a little bit to make smaller shapes in the foreground. We never had that in school over the holidays, reading assignments. Ooh, that sounds bad. Yeah, over the holiday reading assignment sounds pretty bad. I mean, I guess we had that too a little bit, but it was always just like, it was basically just an assignment like normal, but they would assign maybe like an extra assignment over the holiday because instead of 3 days like over the weekend where you might have an assignment, it was 2 weeks. So they're like, yeah, we can give you an extra assignment, but it was still basically like homework plus, right? It wasn't some astounding amount of work, right? Whereas over summer break, because it's 3 months, they would never just assign you to read like a full book during school, right? And if they did, there would be like each week you would discuss things or have a quizzes on it or an assignment, right? It was like it was slow. It was always slow going. So it always sucked when they just gave you a full like a list of books and like here read these. It's like, oh my gosh. And then some students would, their parents mostly would make them read them. And then some students didn't. But it never mattered. Like, I don't think I remember ever in my life where it mattered if we read the books. I think it was like they make, because like especially the grades that I had recommended reading in or assigned read, it was more recommended reading. Like you never got those teachers again, right? So you might have gotten a list of reading from either your school or your teachers, but because every teacher was different, there were students coming from other schools. Like they'd never require it in any way that it would affect your grade. So I just never did the readings, which sucks because I wish there's so many books now. I've gone through and reread some of them, of like the famous books that you were supposed to have read, like 1984, The Grapes of Wrath, or I don't know, To Kill a Mockingbird, right? All those books that you read in school. Some of them are good. Like they're not bad books. It just sucks when you're required to read them. I don't like people telling me what to do. At least not. Oh, so you didn't? No, I don't think so. I never had to write summaries for any of that. It was tough. I thought it was a good book, kinda. I mean, it wasn't bad. I think of all the required reading, I think that was the best one. And I think I actually did read that one in school. Tough as in good. Oh, okay. That's not how I read that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Tough is good, I guess. I think it's good. That's a good attitude to have. Okay, what do I want to do here? Maybe I do break these up. What if I do this? Well, let me make a new layer just to be certain. What if I take this and then make a hole in it? Is this cool? The rule of cool? Needs to be a little darker, I think. Art. Hey, Jackrax. It is indeed art. It's art time. Bust out that sketch pad or your stylus or your whatever you use to art. Time to do some art. It's class time. Got some required reading. No, the only required reading for art, I feel like, again, I think, if I were an art teacher, like a proper one, would I have required reading? I don't think so. I think you would just do all the stuff in class. Like you would cover the books, and then you might be given a copy of the book or something that is like a summary of the thing. You know, like for example, if you went over Color and Light by James Gurney, right? Hopefully by the end of the year you would have covered everything in the book. But then hopefully you'd still have the book at the end. You might not even use the book during the semester, but like it would be a nice thing to make the students have so that they can revisit it because I think it'd be useful. But like ultimately you'd still learn the stuff that's in the book, you know? But I don't think I would make students buy it. That would be bad. I don't, but being forced to buy stuff that's expensive and then not use it feels the worst. And I've had way too many classes throughout my life where you have to buy a book and you never actually use the book. You guys have all had that, right? That's not a me thing, right? College professors and well, yeah, I guess it's all pretty much in college where you buy your own books, but having to buy books in college and then yeah, not using them. Anyway, so yeah, I think it'd be cool if these were split. That way this feels a little bit more magic-y. Magic-y, that's a word. Hey, how's it going? There. I think this is cooler. We've got some cool... And now we can do floating. Now we can do floating rocks. Dual credit college classes as a high schooler is pretty sweet because it's just 75 bucks including textbooks. Oh, that's nice. Wait, the 75 bucks includes textbooks. Or you mean $75... wait, including textbooks. So textbooks and then 75 bucks. 75 bucks is super good. Yeah, that is cool. I had some dual credit college courses. The only problem with that for me, well, maybe wasn't a problem because I didn't really have that many friends in high school, but I definitely didn't have any friends in high school or that many when I wasn't in high school. Half of the year, half of the time I was not in the same classes as like my friends or the people who would have been my friends, and I feel like over the year you kind of grow apart because all your friends are hanging out with a group of their friends at lunch and stuff, and like you're not there because you're doing the community college thing, and it was kind of dumb. All your dual credit classes on. See, mine were in the nearby community college, so I had to like leave. I forgot exactly how it worked. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't remember how it worked. I just remembered. I think I started the day by going to the community college for like 3 hours or 4 hours, like 2 or 3 classes, and then I would go back to the high school like after lunch and do another 3 or 4 classes. But then you like miss out on like lunch was like the bonding time, right, with your friends. Like that's where you hung out with your friends. And I never got that because I wasn't there for lunch. I was at the community college. And so I feel like a lot of those like social, I mean, in hindsight, it didn't matter, right? I don't think it mattered. I didn't really stay in touch with many high school friends. I have like one that I still talk to. At some point college friends are like you actually choose who your friends are, because it's not just because they happen to be your neighbors or in your town. Like at some point, it's like, oh, these people are actually interesting. Whereas high school never felt like that. It was all just circumstantial. Like, I guess college kind of is, but you have a much bigger pool of people to choose from to like who you think are interesting people. But yeah, it's I don't know. On one hand, it kind of sucked because it always felt like I remember, maybe this is really sad now that I'm thinking about it. Not really. It doesn't matter because it was so insignificant in hindsight. But I remember like when you graduate, right? We had to choose who we walk with. Like you're in four groups or whatever, and you walk down sort of the aisle, and then you go and sit. And it doesn't really matter because it literally doesn't matter. Like nothing. There's no nothing comes of that. It's just like you just get to walk down with your friends. That way, when photos are taken, it's like, hey, look, you and your friends are all, walking down together. That way, you can get cool photos and stuff, right? So it wasn't it. Other than that, I think that the photo thing, it didn't matter at all. But I didn't choose. I was like in the group of people who were just assigned. Most of like my other sort of acquaintances or like kind of sort of close friends had like more close friend groups than me. You know what I mean? Like I was like the extra because like they all hung out with each other on a day-to-day basis. So of course they chose to walk down, you know, the aisle or whatever with each other because like they were the closer friends. And so me being like one of the few community college people, yeah, I was like the side character. And it's like, okay, well, this is kind of dumb. In the moment, it felt kind of sucky, I guess. Like, I didn't really think too much about it, and I didn't care too much, and I definitely don't care now. But it is like, I think for some people that would be a big deal. Like, you should be able to, I don't know. So that's a thing. Or that was a thing. But yeah, in hindsight, it doesn't matter at all because, like, again, those friends wouldn't really be my friends. And in fact, it's kind of funny that a lot of the people who you didn't really think of your friends are the people who ended up being closer friends in some ways because like you meet them outside of college, not college, like after college, maybe if you're in your hometown, you run into them randomly, you're like, hey, I know you, but like we weren't super good buddies, but now they seem like a pretty cool person, and it's like it's more interesting in some ways. um Now that you get it's in some ways it's like a do-over, right? Like you get to decide who is a cool person and who you want to communicate with. Whereas in high school, you make all those choices when you're like a little kid, and some people turn out to be, you know, kind of dicks, and you're like, okay, I don't really, I'm only friends with you because I was friends with you early, and then I don't think you're that cool anymore. But it's hard to be like, hey, especially when you're like a kid and you don't know how to like be like, hey, I don't think we should hang out anymore. Like it's hard to like say that. But after high school, you just go your own way. You just don't talk to them. You don't have to think about it. It's not like breaking up with a friend. You just don't talk to them on a regular basis, and then you just kind of go your own way. And I don't know. I feel like I feel like that was a good thing for me. Also, what is this shape? But yeah, right now I guess I can talk about the painting. What I'm doing in the painting is I'm just trying to break these shapes up and make it more interesting, kind of give some context to the floating islands that I may or may not add back in. That way, when if I add little things up here, it'll kind of make sense, you know? Could also add something like this. Now, I'm not sure if I want these to be this dark. It's pretty high contrast. But I think that's okay because the foreground isn't dark. I think if I had darker foreground, right, then it would be weird to make this the darkest spot in the painting. because you would expect that if this is the super dark, that this should not be because of atmosphere. But when you don't have that, right, you still have it pretty dark, but it's not black, right? It still feels like there's atmosphere, at least to me. That was an interesting topic from last stream, right? I think it was last stream, or was it in the video session? And no, it was stream where we were talking about values, and I think we were talking about values. What we were talking about? I don't remember. It was something along the lines of, oh yeah, it was like making the difficulty in, like, the theory can be kind of, maybe not easy, but like you can understand the theory, but the hard thing is to make the choices of like, where do I put my horizon line? Or like, what is the darkest part, or like how dark should the darkest part of the image be, right? Like it's not to say that I don't understand that the foregrounds are typically darker, or oftentimes the shadows in the foreground are darker, but it's more like how dark, or like where's the perspective, the horizon line, or what is the composition doing, or what is, it's the choice that you have to make of like how it actually works. I feel like that's always the hard part, because there is no right or wrong answer. Well, maybe there's a wrong answer, but there's no right answer, right? There's lots of options. This painting is surprisingly close to the one we did with the giant orcs, isn't it? The orc painting. Let me go look at it. I think it's close to the orc painting I did. So here's my gram, and the old Instagram, and where is the orc painting? This one. Okay, it's not at all close to this. It's funny how, in my head, this painting looked like this painting. They're not the same. They don't look the same. But I kind of see the similarity, right? Oh, that's the final version. They have a similar foreground with the rocks. Foreground, right, with no rocks, and then the background has rocks. They're kind of samey. It's funny how that works, though. That happens a lot. Like, our memories are so, or maybe my memory is so bad. I want to say all of ours to make myself feel less bad. All of our memories are terrible. No, but I feel like with art, my memory is, I remember the stuff I want to remember, and I remember the stuff that I think is important to an image, but not all the other stuff. And as a whole, right, especially if I'm just kind of making this up, but the whole like 80-20 rule nonsense that people like to make up for, literally apply to literally everything. And it's not nonsense completely, but applying it to everything and like finding little areas that wasn't the point, and then they make it the point, kind of. Anyway, you can pretty much, if you try hard enough, you can, just like a perspective, or just like compositional grids, with the spirals and stuff, like you can fit those to anything, right? And you can be like, look, it was intentional, and it wasn't always. Anyway, where was I going with this? Oh yes, sometimes when I remember art, right, I'm remembering like the big 80%. I'm remembering like the big impact stuff, so like the 20% of the stuff in the image that make up the 80% of the impact. So I'm remembering like a few key things, but then when I go back, I'm like, oh wow, I'm like, only 20% right. Like 80% of my memory is wrong of the thing, because I'm remembering the few things that are impactful to me, and I'm ignoring all the other stuff. So, a year in the future, I've forgotten 80% of it. I've forgotten the 80% that's like all the little details and all the all the nuance and the stuff that really, I mean, it sets it aside from other stuff, right? It may not be super important for the image, but it, it's like the story, and well, maybe not the story, but like certain things. Anyway, that's kind of how I feel like with that, where I look back at an image that I'm like, oh, this looks the same, and then it's not at all the same. Um, do I like where this is going? Oh, these kind of look like they're the bottom of this. They weren't supposed to be. Actually, yeah, it wasn't supposed to be the base of this, but now it kind of looks like it is. But that's not right because these are more foreground, right? And these are more background. So now we have an issue, right? This is not supposed to be right above that. That makes it look too small. So do I put the base of another rock back here? I'm not sure. I mean, it's not bad. I think now this side is weird. Yeah, let's do some sketching. Let's just draw right on our own painting. We're gonna break this up. Maybe not every shape has the same width here. Maybe we vary the width. That's something I learned in, I guess, technically in college, but like also just throughout doing art. Where like a lot of times when you have like a repeating shape, there's sort of this inclination to draw this like, oh, let me just make a gap in all the rocks. Well, that's good, but what if we made a big gap in some rocks or a small gap in others, right? So like what if I made, hypothetically, this gap is floating. Like this one's much, much bigger, right? Or this one's bigger and you have two, another rock thingy up here. Way back here. Right? And so it's like even more space. Like, or some are just starting to crack, or maybe the cracks go in different directions. Maybe this crack is just the corner here, um, or something. Right? So you just add variety. Why is there a gap? The gaps are just for fun. The gaps are to make them like look like they're breaking apart. Capiche? Does that make sense? Just trying to show that things are breaking apart. So I think it's cool. The magic energy is crumbling them. It's going like it's ripping them apart. Gravity refuting rock. Yeah. Exactly. Gravity refuting rocks. Don't know. I don't think I like that shape. But yeah, I think the idea of like adding variety in your shapes and in your like, again, it's like playing with you're stretching things, you're compressing things, you're changing the sizes, right? Instead of just having it all samey, you're really pushing and pulling the variety, but not too much, right? You don't want it so crazy that you don't want it too crazy. But yeah, I just thought it would be fun just to paint over my own image and sort of do like a little bit of an edit. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I do feel like, though, in the sort of the fantasy world thingy that I'm slowly building up, it would make sense to have like some sort of magic, volatile, like magic infused rocky area where it's like, if you want, you don't go there without a helmet, rocks are gonna fall, things are just like a little chaotic. You have you know the stuff like these floating energy things. It would be kind of fun. Because we have this magic stuff. This rock, I don't like the shape of. Drepzilla, what are you working on right now? Are you doing any art? And anyone else doing any art that you want to share? I want to see what people are working on. What's the art status for people? Anything cool and exciting? Nothing at the moment. Gotcha. Drup, I think I asked you before, probably more than once. Do you play any games? And if so, which games have you been playing? I don't know if you actually play games or not. I think you said at one point you do. I feel like everyone does. I've been doing 3 portrait sketches each day for this month. Wait, really? 3 portrait sketches a day? Dang. I didn't know that. Okay, you have to share now. You can't say that and then not share. Just been grinding the art super hard. Just every single day. Yeah, seriously. W Druff. No, you don't have to share. Obviously, nobody has to share. But you just dropped that one. I just have a backlog of 60 sketches this month. Just casual 60 sketches, no biggie. Do you post them anywhere? See, Drefzilla's a real artist. Just cranking out the art and not sharing it. Just doing it for themselves. Unlike me, who streams it on Twitch, making content out of my art. No, not really. Ooh, the drawing challenge. Oh, hold on. I probably shouldn't bring that on screen. Oh, what's this? The drawing challenge. And it's Drefzilla's gallery. Ooh, these are so good. Oh my gosh, these are amazing. I like these so much. I really like the way that you're doing the values and like the shading. Like the lines are still there, but you have like a soft uh like a soft shading thing going on. Can I share these on screen? Some are good, some are less so. Yeah, but that's how sketches and art works, right? Yeah, I really, really like the way you're doing these. Sure? Okay. Like, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but like this. So like you still have the line work, right? But then you have values sort of you still have the values for like the shadows and stuff, but they're not super extreme, right? So like you still have the shadows under the chin, but like there's still a line, a darker line that defines the chin, right? And like in pretty much all of these, right? I mean, they are it's still graphical, right? Like in this dude, the hair, like there's not really lines. I guess there's some lines. These have less lines, I feel like. Also, look at the shape design of these people. They're so good. I love this top right one. So good. What a haircut. What a hairstyle. I love it. I love the volume of the hair with like the shadow side on underneath. It's like a mop. Or not a mop, like a broom. So good. Anyway, these are amazing. Fantastic work. I don't know what this is, the drawingchallenge.com. Leaderboard. Hold on. Hold up. There's a leaderboard. I'm a sucker for a leaderboard. Are you in the top? Drufzilla, you're on the leaderboard. Most likes. Oh no, there's a leaderboard for likes. I didn't know this was a thing. That's kind of fun. Prizes. Hold on, what are the prizes? "22 artists still in the running." That's limited it down. That's cool. September. XP. Oh, that's neat. So there's... Is this new? Is this a new thing? Like, I've never seen this before. That's cool. I mean, again, I'm a sucker for gamifying stuff. Anytime there's a leaderboard, I am in. Like, sign me up. Honestly, like, if... When people are like, oh, I'm playing this game, and then they describe it to me, I'm like, it doesn't sound that good. And they're like, and there's a leaderboard, I'm like, I'm in. I don't know why. I like, even if I have no intention of being on the leaderboard, right? It's like, there's something about gamifying it and the competition. It's so stupid. It is so dumb that I like this, but this month is the first real challenge month. It's a new thing. Okay, how did you hear about it? Because I feel like I want to promote this because it looks cool. Even though I don't really have any intention of doing it. Because 3 drawings a day is insane. I mean, not literally insane, but like, it's a lot, and you know. I also don't want to promote like bad practices, like grind it out and paint every day. Like, you don't have to do that, in my opinion. I think it's overrated. I think drawing every day is overrated. But also, I think drawing as a hobby is underrated. So maybe that's why I think that. Do you know Jens Claessens? He streams too. It's his creation. No, I didn't. No, I don't know him. Let me. Do you have a link to his Twitch? I feel like if I just type in Jens Claessens, it's not gonna pop up. He used to do these drawing challenges on Discord. I participated before. Yeah, you should link him, and if he's ever live when I end, I want to rate him. Because this is something that I like. But now he turned into a more official thing. It's cool. I could see it being a big thing. Where it's like... I mean, I don't know exactly how... The only thing I don't know if I don't like it or not. The fact that it's... You're fighting for likes, like, as a metric, feels a little bad. Because there's already a lot of people who have, like, a super toxic relationship with social media. And so making it like its own social media where you're posting and basically hoping to get a bunch of likes, that feels bad to me. It's not really about the likes. Okay. I mean, it's probably not even about the leaderboard either, but the fact that there is one and there is sort of a competition, there's prizes. What does the leaderboard judge it on? Or like, what's the main metric for who wins? So like, if I go to leaderboard, longest active streak. I don't know what that means. Prizes. Does it say how the prizes are divvied up? How do they decide? How do they decide who's the winner? What's that based on? And I know it's not a big deal. These are never the point of the challenges. You know, I could ramble about this. Um, but once there is a prize, right? I feel like it's a raffle. Okay. Oh, gotcha. So it's a raffle based on the people who do the challenge. Okay, I like that. That's much better. That's better. That's good. I approve. It has my stamp of approval. Not that anyone asked. Yeah, because if it was based on the likes, that would be kind of discouraging, I think, for... Well, and also that would encourage people to try and game the system, right? Like have a bunch of friends, like a group of 5 friends, just only vote for each other, and then every day you vote for each other's things and just like boost. You're just giving your group a little bit of an extra, and like that would be dumb. That would be like if there's a system to be gamed, people will game it, right? And so having protections against that is important. Having likes that are just for fun and a friendly competition, I think, is valid because there is nothing to win from that. And doing it a raffle, yeah, that's cool. I like it. It feels well made. It's about completing daily drawings. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's cool. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's probably not for everyone, because that can be a lot to do daily challenges. But it doesn't have to be like super amazing, right? Like you don't have to do, you know, high rendered site. Like there's no judge, right? It's just people sharing and posting. So it's cool. I like it. Okay, Twitch Jen's Claysons. Okay, let's take a look. I'm gonna click the link. Uh-oh, am I gonna lag myself out? And of course it's gonna autoplay. Oh no, I'm gonna lag myself out. Follow. Just good old... Some nude figures in there, though. Yeah, okay, I won't put it on the screen. No, I don't want to open more links. My computer lags too hard when I open links. Because it lags my computer. Or it doesn't really lag my computer, but I think it kicks my CPU usage up to 100%, and then it starts shutting down processes and stuff, or like it starts lagging things. And one of those things that lags, seemingly, is OBS, or my internet. I think OBS in particular. And so it stops sending a signal, and it breaks it. It shouldn't do that. No, it shouldn't, but when you have a super crappy computer that's really old... Yeah, it's super old. It's super old. But otherwise, everything works. Yeah, obviously it's not... You don't need to tell me that my computer should not be disconnecting every time I do... Not every time, but a lot of times. Yes, I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware this is not a good thing. How are you doing, Bots and Magic? Are you making sure OBS is using the video card and not the CPU in setting? No, I'm not making sure I'm doing that. I don't know how to do that, but I probably don't have it set up properly. Maybe that would be a thing I should do. I'm good. Yeah, there's probably some easy fix that I'm just not aware of that would fix it. Yeah, that would be good. It's an easy switch. It might help. Yeah, I should try it. Do you know... I mean, I like how you come in and immediately I'm gonna ask you a question about how to troubleshoot my stream. Do you know where it is? Or what it's under? Like, what is it called in vague terms? It doesn't even have to be specific, just like... I mean, obviously it's in settings. I know that much. Um, I'm sure I could find it now that I'm aware there's a setting for that. I could probably find it. But yeah, so what I'm doing right now, I'm just doing some sketching, kind of doing a paint over on my own painting. Painting some floating islands. You will have to do it when stream is done. Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't do it. I don't troubleshoot on stream. I'm too slow and reading things and just yeah, I can't do that. I can hardly navigate menus if I'm looking for something that I've never done before and I'm trying to like look for this. I'll just go through like super slow and read each thing and I won't be talking while I'm doing it because I can't read and talk at the same time. And so I'll just be like, you know, the stream will basically be on standstill. And so yeah, troubleshooting on stream is the worst. One of the things, I mean, it's funny though that I say that because a lot of what I'm doing when painting is troubleshooting, right? You're trying to figure out why something is or isn't working. So maybe I'm being a little bit over intense, over dramatic. I don't know what the right word is. Maybe I'm blowing it out a little bit out of proportion. Okay, do I like this? Is that big rock too big? I mean, this has got to have... I mean, it could be a shear cut, I guess. But I feel like it should probably have some rocky... rocky shapes. Should probably be some kind of orangey reddish. Settings, output, video encoder, drop down menu. It should not be 264. This is CPU. Choose your GPU and save. Okay, let me take a look. I know it's. I'm gonna look for it right now. Obviously, I won't be able to see it, but settings. I'm just gonna go there. Output. Streaming, encoder settings. Video encoder drop down menu. I don't see it. I don't see a video encoder drop-down menu. Settings, recording, audio, replay buffer. Definitely set streaming. My audio, or not audio, wait, not audio encoder, video encoder. It is my GPU. Yeah, it is. Right now, my video encoder is GPU. It's not my CPU. Yeah. So it's not. So I don't know what the issue is then. So maybe it's not when my CPU spikes. Maybe it's a GPU. Maybe it's when would the GPU usage spike when I open a web browser? I don't know why it would. Or when I open like a new site or something. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how that works. I'll be honest. I'm adding some dark lines in here. I don't know that that's good, but I'm just adding them for my own. Maybe if it's Chrome, maybe it is Chrome. It probably shouldn't be Chrome, and I'm fully aware of that. Yeah, I don't know. I just try not to open things on stream. At least not things that I'm not sure what they are. Streaming is extremely finicky. At least in my experience. But again, maybe my experience isn't representative of others. No, I think it is because knowing I don't think I've ever been in a stream for a long period of time. Like, not obviously I've been in like people's streams where they don't crash, but like over a year or something, like people will always have random days where they have technical difficulties. Like, it's basically inevitable. I feel like that's my experience. Random power outages or ISP just deciding it's gonna suck today. But yeah, so what am I working on? I am working on a painting from last stream that I kind of like, and I just want to keep painting on it. I might start something new today, also. But if there's any questions about art stuff in general, or specifically what I'm working on or anything, I'm happy to answer questions because I think these are the best streams for it, where I'm not really doing anything in particular, and I'm happy to pivot into other stuff. Go quick! Jack Rex! I will do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Let me save this real quick and open up a new thumbnail file. Okay. 962. Turn that on. What are these? That's what I just had. Delete that. Delete that and that. We can change the color here to something different, just for fun. Maybe a green. I don't know. Why not? Do green. Love me a floating rock. Floating rocks are great. They're just fun to paint. I think they're also and Jack Rex, I will do the 5-minute thumbnail sketch in a second. But yeah, floating rocks are great because there's a lot of perspective involved, right? Like you need to make sure they have a ground what do you call it? An underside, right? If you're drawing them from below. You oftentimes get geometric shapes that are a little bit you know, wonky, so you might get something like that, and suddenly you're doing like a, you're trying to draw three-dimensional shapes in perspective, right? Whatever floating rock shape you have, and of course it might be rounded, it might be, you might have rounded shapes or whatever, but it's kind of still the same. Like you're gonna have, it's still good perspective practice. Right? I go like this. That. Right? Depending on, you can have any shape you want. And it's just good practice. And so, yeah, it's, I don't know quite what I'm doing here or why I'm doing this. But anyway, I guess my point is it's good perspective practice, drawing random geometric shapes at various angles and perspectives. I think it's super, yeah, it's a good exercise. And even what I'm doing now, right, where I'm taking like a shape like this, and I'm like, what if I, cut a hole in it or a slice, right? And that's okay, well, if I do that, then this side is gonna go here, this side's gonna go here, and like, okay, now there's two halves of this thing, right? And like that's a good exercise too, where you take a shape and you cut it in half, or like a sphere, and you say, okay, well, this part you know, it's going to be like two floating halves of a sphere. Like, that's not trivial, right? It's important to be able to do, I think. And yeah, a lot of floating rocks have that quality. And they don't always have, like, you know, they're not always broken like this. But a lot of times when you do have rocks, right, what you have is like a shape here. And then you have like another shape attached to it, right? So you have like a little rock. Like a chunk of the rock sticking out of the other rock, right? And it might be at an angle, right? But you have like these little bits of rock just sticking out everywhere, right? In different planes. Right? And so I think this kind of thing's super important. Because rocks can have all shapes and sizes and forms. Right? Or like carving out shapes like this, and maybe this corner isn't quite, you know, that way, so there's a little bit of a chip here, and maybe there's some lines that go this way and that way, and suddenly you have these rocks, and like it's just geometric forms. So it's super good at a perspective practice, in my opinion. And I think that's kind of what I like about it is I feel like I'm working a muscle that is useful, right? It doesn't feel pointless to me. This kind of thing. Anyway, this is not the 5-minute thumbnail. But yeah, so anyway, rocks. Rocks are great, all shapes and sizes. Good perspective practice. How about full black background? We could start with a black background. Sure, let's do it. Let's do a 5-minute thumbnail with a black background. I mean, it won't be full black. I'll lighten it up because I don't like starting with full black. The reason I don't like it isn't because like, oh, it's hard. I just think from like a process point of view, like I can start with a dark background if that's what you mean, like really dark, like this or something. But the reason I don't want to go full black is I like to reserve my darkest darks for like the occluded areas. So even if I'm drawing like a shape in the darkness, right? So like maybe I have a shape here, right? Like again, I'm drawing a cube. Well, I can still put black underneath the cube as like an occluded area, right? And so maybe the cube will look like this, right? And it's a cube that's maybe it's being lit, right? Maybe there's like a lot of light here, or something. But like, I can still put, and maybe there's some light coming this way, right? I don't know how the light's gonna work in this. Maybe there's some light shining in here. Whatever. Anyway, there's a shadow here. But then I get to reserve my darkest darks for like the corners here, right? Or like if I have a little crack in here or something, or a little hole, I can make it a little darker. So I don't like to go full black, right? For that reason. But yeah, we can do black. Let's start with black. Let me open up the timer real quick before I do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Yeah, darker color, for sure. Yeah, so, I mean, when I think about starting with a super dark color, I tend to think about, like, dark night skies, so things like purples and blues, right? Anything that's really, really dark and could be, you know, it could be saturated, could be not saturated. Doesn't really matter. I like how it says 5-minute. 5-minute sketch. Oh, let's change that real quick. stop. There we go. Okay, let's start the 5 minute sketch. So yeah, I think starting with a super dark color like this is not bad. It's especially good if you want to carve out light and shadow, which is obviously what I'm going to do here. But we could do something like, because we know it's going to be dark, maybe we do like a moon, right? So maybe we start out with some. I mean, these are pretty, again, just geometric shapes, but maybe it's like a moonlight. Um, again, we could just start with rocks, or and start building up, just like we were talking about. Could be anything. Just drawing some forms, maybe some forms here, geometric shapes, right? Literal just cubes, just perspective stuff. Right? That kind of looks like I don't know, a shed or something. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a shed. That's boring. We could also get some color of light, right? I don't like to just jump in and purely like that. Maybe we do some glowing stuff right off the bat before we know what we're painting. I don't want to commit too early. That's something, especially in this kind of painting. I think it's nice to not commit too early. I don't like the green there. That's too something. Oh, I like the purple. We could go a little bit lighter in the background, right? If we wanted like a sky or something, it's a little bit like northern lightsy. Maybe there's a glow coming from something. We don't have to do that. But we could also do something like, really push that blue. Trying to think about what we could paint. We could do like a portal. We could do, yeah, I mean, we could do night sky stuff. Which is, I'm tempted to do. Maybe this is a shape here. Then over here. Maybe we will put, again, I don't quite know what's going on with these shapes. Maybe there's something here. Like a fire. We could do like because we already have a lot of cool, right? So maybe we do like some warmth in here. So maybe we put some warmth there. Could be some fires, some tents, some houses. Maybe this is like, maybe there's some markets or something here. Or like, windows and merchants, and like a place where there's shops and stuff, right? Maybe there's little stands and things, and I don't know. Maybe there's like a little place where people buy stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. Again, we could go a little lighter on the sky. I think, it's not probably necessary to do this, but maybe we go a little redder. Or a little grayer. I don't know if we want actual red, but right, we started dark, but I think we can lighten it up. There's no reason not to, really. Looks like a gas station. It does kind of look like a gas station. Yeah, it does. It's not supposed to, but it does look like that. How Um, yeah, so that's a sketch starting dark. Again, it's very, very simple. It's not fancy. Sometimes, you could add in color dodge or glows or something. Maybe this whole place is super glowing and vibrant. Again, not my best work, but it can, maybe we play around with the color here a little bit and really push the vibrancy. Or we could do things like this where we push the shape design, right? Where you go like this and sort of hopefully make it look less gas station-y. Just get some differing shapes in there. I cooked. Did I cook? That's good. But yeah, these quick 5-minute thumbnail sketches. I mean, I realize the time is up, so the 5 minutes is over. Um, it kind of looks like an iceberg now. Yeah, you know how to cook art. That I will say that is my favorite part of it. I mean, of art is like the let them cook phase, where you're just like you're given these pieces and you're trying to figure out how to do something or what to do. It's not about making it perfect. It's about that sort of the early direction. I don't know, I like that stuff. Even when I play games, right? I play a fair amount of not a lot lately, but some Magic the Gathering, right? I've always enjoyed like drafting, which is basically cooking up a deck where you take random, not random, but you get a bunch of randomly assorted cards, and then you pick a card, not at random, but you choose a card, and then you get a new set of cards, and then you pick another card, and you try to construct a deck. And there's a lot of like, making weird odd interactions work together and mixing and matching and sort of you're cooking up a deck, right? It's not like there's no recipe, there's no formula. You're just trying to make good choices and you're trying to find a direction to go in, right? A lot of the games I play, I've always enjoyed that aspect just of like of things, of activities in life, whether mostly in games, right? But obviously in art as well. um Multiple games I play have that quality. Art has that quality for me. It's very much, yeah, you're it's that early design phase, right? You're brewing your painting, you're designing it, you're cooking it up, whatever phrasing you want to use. But yeah, I've always enjoyed that. I think that's my favorite part of art, to be honest. Yeah, starting with random constraints that might, what if we paint a painting, but it has to have a pink sky. Okay, you know, or it's gonna have this quality that's a little bit weird or strange constraints. I like that stuff because it makes you problem solve, right? But it's not always optimal, and I think that's what I like about it. It's not just do the very best thing. It's you're doing something slightly suboptimal sometimes, and then you're trying to make the best of it, right? You have to make the best with the hand you're dealt, kind of. And sometimes the idea isn't amazing. Sometimes the constraints are overly absurd, um, but you're still trying to make it workable, right? I don't know. I like that part. Why is that? Why is that? Are you looking for that moment of insight where you're Yeah, I mean, I just like the problem solving. I think it's fun to puzzle things out. I like the puzzliness of it. I think when you go in and you're like, I'm gonna do the very optimal thing, that feels like I already know the solution and I'm just gonna do it, and that doesn't feel fun. I like the how do I make this character look, you know, rich? If you're doing like a character design, right? It's like, how do you make a character look both rich and, you know, down on their luck at the same time, right? High class wealthy person who's fallen on hard times. Well, you have these two kind of opposite things, right? Like maybe you have maybe you retain this, a snooty personality, so they think they're better, but they're also like still, you know, not, because they're sort of one of the, they look like all the other sort of down on their luck people. Like, I don't know, like it's a challenge, right? Like sometimes you have constraints that don't fit well together, or they do fit well, but you have to figure out the problem, because it's not, you can't just take the thing. You always like that with chess? Yeah, right? Like, you don't get to choose your position. I mean, you do, but, like, not really, because your opponent's playing it, so you have to make the best of it. You have to just try and find the best move. Make the best of this, you make a bad choice, which inevitably you will, because you're not amazing at chess, probably, or neither am I, and most of us probably aren't. Like, inevitably, you will get into a bad position, and you have to claw your way out. And I like that. I like that sort of, let's solve the problem we're in. Whatever that problem might be. It might be the stupidest problem, a problem that shouldn't have ever happened, but I like it. It's fun. Yeah, chess is like that. A lot of things are like that, right? I mean, anything competitive is typically like that, assuming you're playing against equally skilled players, right? Because you're inevitably going to be on the back foot, right? You can't always be winning every game. And yeah, I think art is similar. I mean, obviously not the winning part, but you have an idea that doesn't inherently work, right? It might I guess some concrete examples of this are like, making a character, like making a spooky scene in broad daylight, right? It's not that it's bad, right? There's nothing wrong with it, but it's hard, right? You're starting on the back foot. You're starting from a place where bright, sunny scenes don't typically feel scary or spooky, right? You have to do extra work. You have to, you have to cook a little bit. Or things like sometimes you have perspective issues where you have like optical illusions that are just waiting to happen, or things like, a character in a white robe in the snow. Well, you can't just paint that and say, there it is, I'm done. It's a white dog in a snowstorm, or it's a polar bear in a snowstorm, right? You can't do that. How do you make that work? How do you arrange your composition such that you can see your subject matter, right? You probably put a shadow right behind them, so here's a shadow. Here's our polar bear, right? Okay, great. And this shadow can have, maybe there's some trees back here. But the point I'm making is a lot of times you run into these things because it's not, to make something clear, it's not always, you might have a really cool idea, but there's a reason it's not, easy to do. Like so I don't like talking about like emails and stuff that I get, because especially if I don't take a job or something, or it doesn't work out. But I literally just got an email for a commission, and I'm not gonna, I actually really wanted to work on it. I still might find a way to work on it, but the prompt essentially, it wasn't like a prompt, because they didn't tell me much about it, and so I didn't, I didn't cook it all yet. I haven't done any sketches, but I did, like, there's like an immediate thought of how would I tackle this thing. But one of the things was like, imagine, like, I mean, I guess I could just say it because it doesn't really matter, but it, like, essentially like in a redwood forest, right? If you guys don't know what redwoods are, they're super big, tall, chunky trees, and they're just really, really tall. They're massive. And what if, hypothetically, this is not the prompt, but what if you also wanted a squirrel in it, right? A small animal. But say the animal needed to be on a branch. Well, that's a hard thing to do, because if you zoom in enough to where the branches are, right? Now you're at the top of the tree, right? Right, because the redwood is very tall. So if you zoom in enough to show the squirrel in the branch, it doesn't look like a redwood anymore, right? If you zoom out far enough to show how big the tree is, you can't see the freaking squirrel, right? That's a problem, right? That's the thing I like. I like solve that problem. No, that's not what they were asking. They weren't asking that specific thing, but it was close, right? Or it wasn't close. I mean, again, they weren't asking for something hard. Like, I don't think it would have been that terribly difficult, and I have a solution. But and luckily, the thing that it wasn't a squirrel; it was something that could fly, so you could put it in the foreground. But imagine that is the prompt, though, right? Imagine that is the thing. Like, it needs to have this character in it because it's the main character, but it also needs to show the type of tree. Well, that's a hard thing, right? Because there's a scale issue. And so this is the kind of problem where you have these two things and you have to make the best of it. How do you do it? It may not be optimal, right? Because optimal would be to show one of them, right, in the best way possible. But no, you got to show both. I like those kinds of problems. You know, maybe you change the perspective, right, and you do like a top-down kind of view where you can see all, like the top of the tree, and then you can see some trees in the distance, and the squirrel's here, right? That could work, because then you can see how far down it is, and you can get the scale from the... Right, that's a common way to show something, is to show the full thing in the background, and then you show a close-up to show the context of what you're looking at, right? So you could have, squirrel here. Again, it wasn't actually a squirrel, but you get the idea, right? So anyway, the point I'm making is art has a lot of these problems, and they aren't obvious unless you do art, right? I mean, you guys know this, but like it's one of those things where on the surface it doesn't sound hard, right? A lot of times when people will say like, oh, I want this and this in the same image, you're like, okay, great. But then you start thinking about how does that actually work. Another example, I just mentioned it a couple streams ago actually, is like a person on a mountain. Imagine you are climbing the world's biggest mountain, bigger than, Mount Everest, the biggest mountain you could ever climb. And I want you to show a character on there, and they're laughing. Okay, great. Well, how do you show, like, again, what do? Do you zoom into the tippy top of the mountain, and then you can't see the context, right? Or do you zoom out, and you can't see the person? Like, how do you show that? Or what if the example that I actually remember was, what if you had two mountains? Just two big mountains. And they were connected by a very long bridge. Well, how do you show that with a character crossing this bridge? How do you show that scene? Do you zoom in on the character? Well, now you can't see the mountain. Do you show one mountain and a bridge? Or like, maybe you show the bridge like this and the character's here. And then, again, how do you show the scale of the mountain? Maybe you can see the distant one, but now you don't know where they're standing, right? Like, there's a problem there. That's a hard scene to show because of scale, right? Scale can make things really hard. Some color can make things hard, right? Like, again, or value things to make it hard. Like, again, certain moods, but you need bright colors, right? Like a spooky mood, bright colors. Or you need to make someone look scared, but they must be smiling. That's tough. Character design challenge right there. There's a lot of ways to, maybe then you have to rely on body language and some other things and like context clues and right there's I like that stuff. And I think those are very obvious examples, or obvious in the sense that like when I say them, you can understand it. But I think there's also subtle things, right? There's, within a painting, like we were talking about last stream. Oops, not that. Hold on. Like this. Well, how do you show a giant floating rock without also making right? Like, this doesn't work, right? My first idea was like, okay, I want these rocks to be potentially floating, but I need to have context, and so that this wasn't a good idea. It didn't do the thing I wanted. I ran into this kind of this sort of scale problem, if you will. And so my idea was like, okay, maybe I need to make some more floating islands in the background to give context to the foreground. Maybe I need some additional shapes in here to show that they're not being suspended from the air, but maybe they're actively breaking apart or something, right? And you know, maybe I put little rocks falling down or like little particles floating just to show that there's like a, you know, or maybe if I want this to be the base of this, right? Maybe I do something like, you know, put a little character here looking up at it or something, you know. Like maybe I put a character casting a spell to show that it's magic. You know, sometimes there's little things you can do to make it more clear. Anyway, I think that's definitely my favorite part about art, is sort of that little subtle problem solving. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's not. I mean, I'd even go so far as saying the subtle stuff, to me, that when I think of details, that's what I like. I don't, it's not the rendering details that I love, because I actually don't like them at all. It's the subtle details. How do you solve two mountains with a character on a bridge? I don't know. I have no idea how you solve it. A panel, series of images, show 3 images, show an establishing shot, right? Do a panel. I don't know how you do it in a single image. I don't think it's really possible. I think you could show a character as high up, you know, but if you could definitely do like, you know, show the big mountain with the bridge, you know, then you could zoom in and show a character, you know, like you wouldn't even see the bridge, or you wouldn't even see the character. Yeah, something to show. I mean, I would just focus on the height, I think. So probably just something literally, I mean, I don't know, it depends. Like maybe you do something like this, and then you would just show like major mountain ranges down here and just like crazy, just vast landscape, and they're so absurdly high up that you can't imagine it being anything other than going from a peak to another peak, right? So you would have like just a ton of atmospheric perspective, and you would just make them look like, there's probably something like that where it'd be kind of like if you were to put a, like, instead of a, you know, a person skydiving, you just put a random bridge in the foreground. Like, where's that bridge coming from, right? Like, it has to go somewhere. So I think our brain can sort of fill in the gap, and they can say, okay, well, obviously, if this is a mountainous landscape that we're looking down on, and it's just massive, and this is a bridge, there's obviously something that the bridge is connected to. You know, maybe you can piece it together. I don't know. I don't know the best way to do it. Again, it's not optimal, right? That's for sure. It's not an ideal scenario. But this happens a lot, right? Especially with, like, writing. Because if you're just writing something, you can describe that scene in a sentence, right? 2 mountains, giant, massive bridge connecting them, and a person walking across, right? And maybe the person is, you know, flipping a coin, right? So that way the focus is now on the person, right? How do you show that? How do you show that they're on that bridge in the mountains? It's really tough, and so, but it's easy to describe. It's very easy. Like, again, you can describe it in like a sentence, and yet to show it visually, completely different task. Another fun one, and I've seen this with character art a lot, where like you have a character who can levitate, and if you draw them from any angle other than the side view, right? This is easy, right? Here's a character, they're levitating. Easy enough, right? This is the ground, here's the grass, easy. Well, what happens when you do it from, like, you know, the horizon line's up here and the character is, you know, like this or something, right? Like, now you still have the grass, right? This is the grass behind them. Like, oh, wait, this just looks like they're standing, right? This is the grass too. This is our character, right? This is their head, their arms, right? How do you show this character is levitating when you can they're well, the answer is you put a shadow, right? You put a shadow on the ground above where they are or something. But what if like the light's coming from a weird angle and the shadow's over here? Like, I guess that kind of shows. I guess that also shows it, right? I don't know why I drew it so poorly. What if he's lit from below? Yeah, or lit from below could work. Basically putting the shadow anywhere other than... right, if I put the shadow here, our character is obviously on the ground, right? But if you don't put the shadow... But if you don't have a shadow, right? This is a problem that a lot of people run into, is that you have a character, and they're like, oh, he's levitating. But it doesn't look like they're levitating because their eye line is above them. And so you're looking down on a character, and you can't really tell if their feet are on the ground or not, because you're looking above them, right? But the obvious answer is to just look below them, right? Now you're looking up at them, and suddenly you can, you can tell this character is levitating, right? Because you can literally see under them. This, though, is a lot harder because you're not looking under them. You're looking downward, and this is your eye line, right? So yeah, it's not obvious. This same thing in environments, right? We were talking about floating rocks. A good example is like if you're doing floating rocks from above. If this is easy, right? You can literally see underneath it. You know these are floating, right? You know this is a floating rock. There's literally a gap of air, right? But what if you're drawing a scene like this and you're, this is above? Well, now there's no guarantee that these are floating, right? How do you know that? Again, shadow probably. Even worse, what if you draw a scene in not fisheye, in bird's eye, and these are trees, right? Little trees here on a rock or something. And you're looking basically straight down, right? Ah, thanks for the follow. Like, how do you... That looks like a Pokeball. And, here's a river passing underneath or something. Like, how do you show this is a massive square that... a massive floating island. Here, let's make it not square. Like, it's kind of hard. Like, atmospheric perspective, I guess, right? That's the obvious choice, right? These things are more higher contrast. These are lower contrast. Maybe you do some clever stuff with clouds underneath it. Or birds flying both above and below. That way you can tell that it's above. But, like, it's not an immediately obvious problem, or it's not immediately obvious how to solve the problem, because you've set yourself up for it's a challenge. Anyway, yeah, that's my favorite part of painting, is that problem solving. And again, it's not always big stuff like that, right? Those are more like compositional things, but there's a lot of little subtleties, right? Like, oh, I have two characters in a scene, and they're both wearing black shirts, and I need them to stand against a dark spot in my painting. And like, okay, well, how do I light them, right? What do I do to make the dark against the dark, right? Or what do I do if I want a character in a yellow shirt right here? How do I make him stand out from this yellow background, right? Do I change the background to be not yellow, right? Maybe here's a yellow, here's the character in yellow. What do I do with them, right? Maybe I move them further into the scene where they, can be seen. Maybe I put them in shadow, and so I do something like this, right? And maybe I ignore the yellow. Like, there's a lot of options, right? There's not one solution. Time is up. Time is up. Let me remove that. Sarah, hello. But you could also do something like make the background. You could just make this spot conveniently in shadow, and then you could keep the character in light, right? There's not like one solution. There's a lot of them. But that solution is going to depend on what you want to do with your painting and the direction you want to take it. And again, this is where like you got to cook a little bit, right? You got to you got to figure out your solution. Like, yeah, maybe that's the way we go. Same character, same spot, but now we've just conveniently put some shadow right behind him. And all of these have their upsides and downsides, right? Like some of them, if I were to have, move the character and made them, put them here instead, well, that makes them more distant, right? Now they're not as connected to the scene, right? You don't feel like this is you, it doesn't feel like this is a person you're hanging out with where like they're just a little bit ahead. This feels like you're observing a random person way off in the distance, right? That's a different vibe. It's a different story than putting a character closer to the foreground. So you can't just change just because one solution works doesn't mean that it's retaining your goal of the image, right? Or if you had a character in a yellow shirt or yellow robe, you can't just always change the color to purple or a different color that's going to contrast. Maybe you can, but it also might change the story, right? It might break the character. Maybe it's a character who's been well defined. Oh, another 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Perfect. Hi, Fairmore. I hope you're doing well. Did I say hi, Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Lost one, Alex. Also, hi. Trust the process. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the process is that problem solving. So, like, yeah, you have to trust that you can solve it. I mean, this is where I think you have to trust, like, your knowledge and skill in problem solving. So, like, if you are better at making choices and you make 100 choices, you can sort of trust that even if the first 3 choices start off a little rocky, that by the 100th choice, accumulatively, they will have become a decent painting. And as long as you know your stuff, and if you get better, you will slowly make better choices. Not every choice is going to be good, but over time, there's sort of a trust that you will get there kind of thing. That to me is what in some ways trust the process is like. It just like, I know, like, if I see something and it looks wrong, and I think, like, I know that if something is wrong today, I will also know the same thing's wrong tomorrow. Like, I'm not gonna just tomorrow I'm gonna think it's great, like if it looks wrong today. And so as long as I strive to fix that, it will only get better. It won't get worse, because like my knowledge of what looks good isn't really changing that much. So there's that. I think a lot of the trust the process is that kind of thing, at least for me. Again, you kind of see this with we randomly brought up chess earlier, but chess is a good example where, like, on any one move, I might make I mean, the opposite is actually true in chess. On any one move, I might make the best move possible, right? But over the course of the game, I'm gonna make moves that are only as good as I am, right? Like, I'm not gonna consistently play at a higher level than my skill, right? If I have to make 100 decisions every game, those decisions are going to kind of even out to be the cumulative sum of my skill level, right? Like, that's just how it works. And this is why anti-cheat detection works so well in chess. Is in a one game, you might play like Magnus Carlsen. If you're playing like him in 3 games or 10 games in a row, and you're only, you're 2,000 points, or, elo lower than him, that's like it's never gonna happen. Like, it just especially against if the opponent is good, right? Like, it's just, it could in theory, but like at some point statistically, you're trusting the process. I mean, you are trusting the process, right? You're saying over time with enough choices, you will perform at your skill level. And that's kind of true with art, right? If you keep getting better, you keep learning to make better choices. Cumulatively, over many, many, many choices, you will make better art. Like, any one piece might suck, right? You might make an amazing piece one day and a terrible piece the next, but over time, you will make, like, you trust. Just trust, I guess. Anyway. And so there's definitely a little bit of trust the process there. To be trust the process working on the problems right in front of you. Yeah, and as long as you keep on identifying the problems that are relevant, right? And obviously, sometimes there are very defined processes, like I'm going to start with lines, and I'm going to do flats, and I'm going to do shadows. And obviously, if you stop halfway through, and it might look terrible, and you're like, okay, just trust me, I know my process. But sometimes you especially in like the problem solving stuff, right? If you're in like the early stages of a painting, the process can be messy, right? It's like, oh, I'm still in the design process. I'm still figuring it out, and I haven't solved it yet, right? I don't know what it's going to look like yet. But trust me, it will look okay. You know, it may not look amazing, but you can still be like, I know, I trust my design sensibilities enough that it's going to be okay. Maybe not great, but like, yeah, that's figuring out the idea. But I mean, I think it's true for all stages of art, right? But yeah, I think a lot of people do use trust the process to like, you know, when they're talking about rendering and like there's that ugly stage where like it just you haven't added the shadows or something and stuff looks all confusing. But I think that's not always relevant because not everybody works that way. I don't know. I feel like that is a very almost like a literal read on it, right? Like the literal process, like, oh, I know what I'm doing, so just trust me. That feels like telling someone else to trust you that it's gonna come into focus, kind of. But I feel like there's a I don't know. For me, I mean, maybe it's not even trust the process anymore. Maybe it's a totally different thing. Well, I mean, it's maybe not quite the same. But it's more of just like trust that if you make a ton of choices, the art will end up at a level that matches like where you are. And so it's sort of like if you know that you are okay at art because you've done a bunch of art before that's good, right? You can kind of trust that like it will get there. Inevitably, if you make enough choices, right? If you keep on working on it, you keep solving it, you may feel like you're in a jam. You may feel like you aren't able to solve it right now, but you can kind of trust that like you still know you still know your fundamentals, you still know your skills, right? You're not you didn't just forget all this overnight, right? You have your sensibilities about composition and storytelling and perspective and design, and like maybe you feel like your painting sucks right now, but you can kind of trust the art process of making choices on top of choices on top of choices, right? Like even if your specific process feels like it's failing you, you can still kind of trust the process of making art in general, which is to say like you're just making a lot of choices, and it's kind of like the chess thing, right? Like or the reverse of that. Like I can trust, for example, that I will beat a very like a you know a 600 rated elo player in chess. Even if I start you know making stupid moves at the start, I can trust that I will beat them because I understand how that decision making process works, right? I understand that these decisions they start accumulating and you gain incremental advantage. And, you know, it's kind of the same in art where like I mean again, you're not playing against anybody, but your make your decision making is sort of incremental, right? And you're slowly making choice on choice on choice on choice. And eventually your art turns into something that is pretty decent, right? And I guess the reason I sometimes think of it a little bit like that instead of the literal process is because like what if a pro shares their process with a beginner? Can the beginner be like, oh, I'm just trusting the process? Well, what does that mean? Their art's not going to ever look like the pros if they just do the same process. That's not how that works, like, right? Like they still have to learn and get like their art's only going to be as good as like their knowledge and skill in art. And I mean, mostly again, there's variance. They might make a knockout piece now and again, but like again, over time, there's sort of a Like, so I don't know. I feel like trust the process. I guess you can think of it literally. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't do me any good because, like, one, I don't always paint the exact. I mean, I mostly do, but I don't always paint the exact same way. And also, there's different stages of the process that are can be a struggle, right? You can run into an issue with something and you feel like you hit a brick wall. And I think those times are where you're telling yourself you don't trust the process, right? It's easy to tell another person, "Oh, trust me, it looks bad now, but it'll be fine." Well, yeah, because it's not actually, you haven't hit a wall, right? You haven't run into any problem. I think trust the process, saying that works for like a viewer, but for telling yourself that is hard if you actually feel stuck. Whereas like reminding yourself that you will get through it through incremental choices and I don't know. I guess they're kind of different things. I don't want to redefine what that statement means too much. I just sometimes think that that only works if you feel like you really really know your process. But I think it's still kind of true for even a beginner, right? There's still like a you will get to where you it can be, like it will eventually end up, not the best it can be, but like it'll end up at the level that you are kind of. Yeah, that's how I feel anyway. Okay. Oh, a 5 minute thumbnail sketch. I forgot I had to do one. Sorry, Faramora. I forgot about that. I will do it now. I don't know. Maybe what I just said was a whole bunch of nothing. I guess it kind of the same to figuring out the problem ahead of you. Yeah, yeah, I think it is. It's just, yeah, a lot of figuring out the problem in front of you. And even if that problem feels like you're stuck, or even if you're not sure what the next step is, there's sort of like you've done this enough before that I mean, it reminds me of like, trying to think, like I guess for me it's sort of when people start to sort of self-doubt of like maybe you took on a project that's really hard for you or something and you're like, oh man, I can't do this, but it's like, hold on, pump the brakes. Like every single time that you've been in this position before, you've solved it, right? So like, why do you think this time's different? It might feel like it's the end of the world, or it might feel like this is going to be the you know the painting where everyone figures out you're a fraud, right? But it's like, no, you can sort of trust, maybe not the process, but like trust statistics. You're trusting the trend that you have done this every time before, and you've always made it out the other side, and it will be fine, and you'll it will eventually look okay. It may not be your best piece, but you can still trust that, like, there are plenty of paintings I've done in the past. I know. Inevitably, there will be individual paintings, but like over a lot of paintings, though, right? Like it kind of you your level, sort of the painting quality, like rises to the level of like the artist that you are. But yeah, no, it's true. For any one individual painting, you might literally just fail, right? You might just have to go back to the drawing board and restart and say, screw that, I'm gonna, you know, approach it from a different side, or do some. Yeah, yeah, you could definitely just still fail. But I still like to remind myself that like over time it will get better, especially if I'm working on a painting that I think doesn't look good. I think it will almost always it will improve if you keep working on it, simply because you're not going to make a choice that makes it worse, right? Because you know your skill level is here, and you look at your painting that's down here, and you're like, I need to make a choice. Why would you make a choice that makes it worse? Like you know that this is worse, right? Because your skill level is above it. And so you're like, it's only like you may never get it quite there. It might stay down here, but it's gonna be like it's never gonna I mean, it might lower. I don't know. Very rarely, though, right? If you make enough choices, it's gonna increase up to your skill level, or maybe even above. But like maybe it'll stay below. I don't know. I'm using my hands as an example, right? I guess what I'm saying is if you're up here, right, and your art right now is down here, if you make enough choices, it will raise. It may not go up here, right? It might not be a great piece. It might still suck, but it's not gonna like. It will get better, right? And I'm not saying like that it'll get better before it gets worse kind of thing. Like again, like the process type stuff directly, but I just mean like through incremental choices, and you make a lot of compounding choices that are like, you know, composition's a little off, so you tweak it to be a little better. Story's a little off, so you tweak it to be a little better, right? Something's a little off. And I feel like there's that thing where, yeah, on average, of course, again, any one painting can fail spectacularly, right? And that's always a possibility. But like, I don't know why you would ever think that this is the painting today that is going to happen when historically you get through it. I don't know. Anyway, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. And I guess that, you know, since we're talking about process, that's kind of how I paint anyway, is sort of this, you just make a lot of choices, and they will, assuming you try to know your stuff, you know, you try to make good choices, and you practice making better choices each time you practice. As long as you're getting, you know, if you're getting better at art, you will make better paintings. Historically, you don't get through. Yes, you do. You just share. Dude, you just shared like 40 sketches today, and they were all amazing. Maybe not all of them. I think they were all amazing. What do you mean that historically you don't get through it? Consistently, you're knocking it out of the park. Don't even start with that. I don't buy that for a moment. Also, choices are sometimes more like experimentation, means the variance. Oh, I mean, yeah, there's definitely that's true. There's definitely variance. But again, there's variance, but I think over time you still have your sensibilities, and you still have your knowledge of like when an experiment fails, your judge of whether or not it failed is still the same, right? So like if it fails and you scrap that experiment and then you try a new experiment, right? Over time you will only allow the successful ones to remain, because like it's not like you don't know if something doesn't make your painting worse, right? I'm not saying, like, that's the thing, an experiment is a choice, right? What if I try something like, you know, I add an overlay layer and I do something like this, I'm like, is this good or not? If I decide to keep it, that's a choice. Now I can undo it, that's also a choice, right? And over time, as long as my choices are, you know, again, they're coming from me, right? And so it'll eventually... Hey, Ron, how's it going? I don't know. It's kind of a weird, abstract concept, I feel like. But to me, it feels like there's something to it. Which is basically just accumulation of lots of choices. And because art is a skillful thing, right? There's skill involved. Those choices that'll bear out. Like that's where the skill presents itself. I don't know. I think there's a. I ramble about this sometimes. Ron, you know the drill. Share your art, art tax. But I've been playing the game called Teamfight Tactics lately. It's been kind of one of my games of choice for a while. And sometimes people, because it's a very, like, there's a lot of luck, there's a lot of variance and a lot of randomness, and you know, sometimes people will discuss like where is the actual skill, like how does it present itself, like what does that even look like, and it's that, right? That's the idea in that game, is like you're making so many small choices that the people who consistently make better choices win more games. And it's not even like a little bit, it's like massive from game to game, right?
And if you're in a game with 8 other players and everybody else is making worse choices and you're making better, their choices are affecting each other too. And so, like, you're even more of a different, it's extreme. Like, that sort of like just making choices over and over. Again, some choices you make are going to be bad, right? And they won't work out. And there's a lot of like that sort of experimentation thing. But anyway, I think it's very similar with art because you're just making a lot of choices. Some good, some bad, but over time, more good than bad because, again, well, not so more good than bad, but more like they will get to your skill level. Anyway. But Ron, how are you? How is your stream? Oh wait, I didn't. Did I start the timer? The timer's going. I have 27 seconds left. Sorry, I should have put the timer up. The timer was going this whole time, by the way. And by the whole time, I mean for the last 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Maybe there's a person here. A couple people. A whole bunch of people. I don't know why I made that person's arm in the air. Some sticks. I think also the same topic we were talking about is also very similar to style. Right? It's kind of the same argument I have for style, which is like if your knowledge of how to do perspective or your idea of what makes an interesting character, right? Or your knowledge of plants and vegetation or your knowledge of architectural design, right? All of those things combined, right? And also the tools you use, the brushes you use, your canvas size preferences, the type of everything, right? Everything you do. If when you put it all together, right, there's a consistency that it ends up being sort of a culmination of all these things, and it pushes it in a direction. It's not every painting is going to be the same, but over time, it's like, yeah, your style comes out, right? And it's like you can kind of trust that like it will still look like you when you're done, right? If you spend enough time on it and you make enough marks on it, it will look enough like you because you have affected it in that way. It might feel like it's not, but I think it tends to. Uh, Ronald says, stream went well, got to move into a new biome and finish off the deep ocean. Okay, so if you guys don't know Ron is awesome. He's been doing some world building, or not some. He's just dabbling in the world building. No, Ron has been world building up a storm. In fact, he inspired me to do some world building and kind of is one of the inspirations behind a lot of what I've been doing with the whole world map thingy, where I am slowly adding little. Each time I do a painting, I've been adding like a little icon onto a world map. Ron does something kind of similar, except he's just has. I mean, he does have maps and stuff, but more than anything, he's just like slowly building out different creatures and biomes and characters and environments and everything. Just he has like different biomes he's been working on doing creatures. It seems like a lot of creatures, especially these days. Ron, do you mostly do creatures these days? I feel like that's been what I've been seeing most of from you. I know you do characters too, and you've done environments, but I feel like I see most creatures from you. Anyway, this is awesome. I really like this. I love the vivid patterns on it. I like the way you painted that. This looks great. Dude, that's great. I love that idea. Yeah, it's been fun. It's just, I mean, it's like super low stakes, right? I think that kind of world building, or where you just link all your paintings together, it's really, really low stakes, and you can mostly paint whatever you wanted to paint anyway, except it just adds a little bit extra, and I like that. It makes me feel happy. It's fun to do it. Lately, it's creatures because we have about 500 to get through. Dang. I forget, how did you decide how many and what creatures to paint? Did you guys do like a brainstorming session on stream? Is that kind of how you got there? $500. I mean, that's a lot of pre-planning. See, that's too much. That's the kind of thing where if I had your, like, if I was doing what you were doing, I would lose interest and quit. I think. Unless I was getting paid for it. I think I would lose interest and quit. Because being more or less forced to do a very specific thing, that's it's a lot. But yeah, this is wonderful. I love this. I like the colors. I really like the face area. And I mean, it's the focal point, right? But I really like these patterns, the designs, the colors. Super vibrant little punches of red and stuff. It's fun. This is neat. Thank you so much for sharing. We did a brainstorming session for specific names, but I have a format for each biome's web of life that I will work with. 20 animal plant per biome. Gotcha. Well, that's fun. I think that's not a bad way to do it. That seems like it would work well for me, actually. Where it's not too unmanageable, but it's enough that you could start jumping around and checking off random things. And of course, as you go on, it would get more and more specific, but that's the nature of things. Okay, let's find some rock shapes. A PureRef file. I'm gonna make a PureRef file. Throw some rocks in there. I think something I really want to do on this painting, because I haven't done it much on this one, and I feel like I'm already regretting it, is to add some light and shadow. Something like this, perhaps. Maybe not exactly like this, but something kind of like this, right? Maybe not these little holes. I don't know. I don't think that. I think I want more hard edges, not so much rounded, smooth stuff. But not having a distinct light and shadow in here is kind of annoying. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like a foggy landscape, but it is nice to have light on stuff. What made those holes, though? I don't know. I don't know for sure. How did they come about? Yeah, I don't know. You could probably Google it, depending if you knew where the environment was, which looks like... Let's see if I can find it. Nope, I can't find it. It just says public domain image. Okay. I don't know. Magic. No, I don't know. I mean, it's some sort of erosion, right? Either water or wind, probably. Or it could be an animal if it's like a really soft thing. My guess is it's a soft rock. Like a limestone or something. And soft rocks can erode quite easily. And so it's probably like... It's probably wind, is my guess, maybe. I don't know. Actually, no, I don't know. I guess, I mean, because, like, this is in a very sandy spot, right? So it could be sand and wind. I don't know. That wouldn't make sense, though. I don't think it's probably wind. I don't think wind erosion looks like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be things like birds and animals. Um, I'm assuming it's probably like kind of a softish rock, although maybe not. I assume it probably is. Yeah, I don't exactly know. It could be, yeah, probably either animals, birds, or either animals, wind, or water, right? I don't know what other kinds of erosion there are. But anyway, I want to do a little bit of lighting on this. I'm not quite sure how I want to do it. Right, lighting coming from this direction. Maybe. Now, obviously, these are not going to be the color of the lights, right? Uh, kind of just painting in here softly. Kind of doing that process that we were just showing. Uh, we saw it. We watched a video yesterday where what's his name? Jeremy something or other. I don't remember his name, but he did an explanation of like adding light. So instead, he started like as a grayish painting like this, and then he added the light on top. Instead of planning out his values with the lighting included, he just did like a soft sort of atmospheric perspective ambient light layer. And then he added the light later. That way, he wasn't trying to. Yeah, lighting mentor guy. Yeah, I don't know his name. Jeremy. I know his name's Jeremy, but I don't know what his last name is. Vickery. Jeremy Vickery. I think is his name. I think. I could be wrong. That sounds right. Yeah, I think it's right. This one can be in shade. But yeah, I think putting little bits of light in here could be nice. Again, these don't have to be the actual colors of the light, but I'm just kind of blobbing them in. In fact, I should probably do something like this. Just as a full-on. Like, I don't actually know if this is gonna look good. This is kind of an experiment. In fact, kind of, not even kind, no kind of about it. It's full on an experiment. What size display tablet do you prefer for professional work? I'm really torn between Canvas 60 and 22, trying to avoid drawing with your wrist. I have had a 22-inch Cintiq, so that's like, 22-inch, so you know that. From corner to corner. So that's pretty big. That's like a good size, a standard size monitor, basically. And then I've had, I think right now I have I don't know what it is, 16 maybe? Probably 16-inch. It's not a display tablet. It's just a regular tablet. And I love what I have right now. It's I think what I like about this tablet is it's roughly the size of my monitor, kind of. So like my monitor is like a 22-inch, so but I don't paint with my canvas full size, right? So if I'm sitting, so here I'll show you. So if my monitor's here and my tablet is roughly the same size, right? Roughly speaking, right? So here's my tablet. If my art's here, my drawing surface is roughly the same size as my art, right? So like it kind of just makes sense to me. It would be it's a weird feeling for me when I'm, my tablet that I'm drawing on is this big, but it maps to a screen that's like this big, and then I have to like my arm is swinging across, but like I'm only drawing here. That feels weird because then it doesn't like there's sort of a consistency. So I actually really like that. I think it's 16 inches. It's a large Intuos is what I'm using. It's pretty nice. Actually, it's really nice. I like it a lot. But no, I don't. As far as the question broader though, what do you prefer for? I don't think it really matters. I think you could use a small tablet too. But yeah, I think trying to avoid drawing with your wrist, the bigger the better. Then probably. And it also probably depends on. Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger the better. Than if you're trying to, if you want to maintain like big gestural stuff, then I think for sure, bigger tablets are going to allow you to do that more. But then there's also like desk space and all that. Also, I don't think what I'm doing here is going to look good, but I'm just playing around. But yeah, also, Firefly, hope you're doing well. Howdy! Hey, Skittle, how's it going? Hope the day's going well. Really love this floating rock piece. Thanks. I'm liking it. I'm not sure I love the lighting that I'm doing here. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. Just kind of playing around with shapes. I feel like this lighting, I don't know if you ever do this lighting method, my biggest gripe with it is that it's very, you need like a critical mass of lighting before it works. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? We're like, the lighting, this is a good example of, okay, I think this is the more common, we were talking about trust the process earlier. This is a more common, I think, use of that phrase, trust the process, right? We're like, I know that light needs enough of it before it looks good. If you just add one bit of light on something, it's not necessarily gonna, like, the illusion's not gonna work, right? You need a critical mass of light before there's a consistency, and once that consistency hits, the illusion clicks into place, and it's like, it looks good, right? So there's sort of a trust the process because I know it's gonna work. But I that's not like that's me telling you guys, trust me, I think it's gonna work, right? I feel like very rarely that's I guess I could be telling myself that I need to trust myself, that like I've done this before. I don't know. But yeah, I think I trust the process, but what if the process doesn't trust me, right? I have a big one, and I still usually forget not to draw with your wrists. I feel that. But yeah, I went on a whole rant earlier, Skittle, about trust the process and how I have like a different way of that I think of that phrase. And it's less about a specific process, but more about just cumulative decision making. But yeah, I do think that version of trust process, that's kind of what this is, right? This is like, I'm pretty confident if I add a critical mass of lighting, it will eventually look okay. But right now, I think it looks terrible. And maybe it won't. And I guess what I'm getting at is like, maybe it won't look good. Maybe I do all this and I don't like it. But I still know enough that like if it doesn't look good, I will still then not go with it, right? And then I will eventually get to it. Like maybe all this time will be for nothing, but it will still end up looking okay in the end because I'm not gonna settle for something that I you know that's just garbage. Like I'll be able to recognize it. If that makes sense. I kind of feel like I need a big shadow shape. I don't think I want the foreground to be in shade. Or do I? I think if I put that direct lighting, I actually do want the foreground to be in shade. Funny enough. Yeah, that's not as inviting, right? This feels like you're looking into like a weird shadowy spot. And then this is like you're actually looking into the scene with all the lighting. Now again, the lighting doesn't look great yet. Or it probably won't ever look great. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm liking how the light. Yeah, I think I like the lighting. Let's try something. Let's do a multiply. Seems more. Yeah, it is more dynamic. And it's even. This is a good example. Also, I'm a big fan of pivoting my goals in art, and so even when something doesn't turn out, you can convince yourself that it actually is what you wanted to do all along. And an example of that is like I also just want to get better at doing direct lighting. And even if it doesn't turn out good, it's still a stepping stone to me for me to get there, right? Like I still need to go through the struggles and the bad direct lighting. So I'm telling myself that like, well, I need to do it in the long run because this is how you get better at it. So it's okay if it doesn't turn out okay. Um, Obviously I want it to turn out good, but like there's also the possibility that it won't. Yeah, or dynamic. Yeah. It's dramatic or dynamic for sure. Could go even more dramatic. Now this is a weird foreground element. I think it's a weird foreground element. It feels weird to me. Maybe it's not worth worrying about right now, though. Yeah, probably not. I'm just trying to add some darkness in the foreground. To kind of add some of those shapes and textures that would be there, that I know will be there when I end the painting, right? Like, if I know they're gonna be there now, might as well just add them in. That way they can do the lifting that they're gonna do. Now, is this... See, that's the thing. Like, is this the direction I want to go? I think it is. And I think a lot of it can be toned down. Okay, maybe now I start nuancing the... So, like, okay, we had, like, this bright yellow. Maybe we go into, like, the, a little bit yet less yellow. And by yellow, I mean, it's not actually yellow. But, like... But yeah, there's going to be some orangey colors, where the planes aren't totally tilted. Like this plane is going to be a little more orangey. This plane's going to be a little bit more white. Right? This is going to be a little more orangey. This can be a little more white. Also, these can be a little more blue. Probably. Some reds in here. Don't know if this is gonna look good or not. Again, kind of hoping. I'd make them red. The the deep shadows. Yeah, maybe red. I might build up to it. The other areas, yeah, I do have reds over here. Yep, for sure. Yeah, lots of reds over here. It would make sense. For sure. But I'm pretty sure that there will be a critical mass here. But yeah, this is a good example of trust the process. As you might, I don't know if you stepped away earlier, Druff, but this is, I think, how people more commonly refer to it, which I also think is a valid way of talking about it. But because like the critic, it may not look good right now, but I'm pretty confident I can get it there. But it's also kind of for the same reasons that we were just talking about. Because, like, I know if I keep working on it, I can solve the issues. Ooh, do I like that? Still a little bit of mist or fog. I don't like that. It is very dramatic. But it kind of makes sense, right? With all the stuff everywhere. Also, these don't need to be here. Little random speckles. There might be a focal point issue. I think this is an example of a painting where I didn't plan the composition very well ahead of time. And it feels just like a random scene of a place, but it's not super well designed. What's the problem? I think it's just like, I don't know. I'm feeling like the composition, like this is obviously the main thing, but it's not very big. Like it's kind of small and not that important. It almost feels like I should crop the scene or something. Maybe not that. I don't know. Like it kind of just feels like it's a. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on. That's why I'm not sure. I'm just not convinced that this is right. I think it's okay. I think there's probably some shaped stuff that I don't like in here. That's just kind of subtle. Like some of these light spots are just kind of haphazardly placed. They're just a little random. And like I have some random blue shapes in here that I don't need to be there. So I can bring up some of these yellows in here. Also, I have like some weird repetition in here that just doesn't need to be there, I think, that are kind of like pulling away the focus from the actual point. I think that's what's happening. I don't know. It's a little nitpicky, I guess. I think it's nitpicky for sure. Just like this shape, for example, is kind of, it was, connected to that other shape. So maybe I bring it up here. Or maybe these shapes could extend a little higher, just to bring some of the lines through the other shapes a little better. Just subtle composition stuff that I didn't really plan because I didn't plan the lighting, right? The lighting didn't start that way. And I think that's one of the big issues with that kind of thing. Because like a lot of times when you're doing composition, right? It's always been a not a pet peeve of mine, but like when people talk about composition, a lot of times you see people draw out their image. So they're like, here's my focal point. It's gonna be a shape that looks like this. Uh, just totally casual. Here's my focal point. It's gonna be on the thirds or whatever. Uh, you know, they plan it out, but then once you start lighting it, right? Once you start lighting your image, well, what happens? Like, okay, well now you could make it a focal point over here with lighting, right? If you put some high focal points or high contrast stuff right here, like you've changed your focal point, right? Or even if you light the character in full, that's going to be one thing. Or if you light just on the edge, that kind of changes your attention a little bit, right? Like if you light something on this side instead of the other side, that's kind of pulling your attention this way, right? As opposed to this way. And so that can off balance your focal point a little bit, right? Not maybe not all the way, but just a little bit, right? If this was my scene, I would rather have it over here, right? Um, right? I'd rather have this over here, more inward, because we've pulled our attention to the left. So now we need to shift it, to make it feel a little bit more balanced again, right? Whereas if we lit him on this side, well, now we're pulling him into the middle, and so now we could go back here, and that would be balanced again, right? So it kind of like I feel like lighting plays a big, not a huge part, but it certainly plays a part in composition. And a lot of times when people sketch their art, right? They don't take lighting into account. That's kind of what I did here, right? I think I was pretty happy with my painting, but I didn't have any lighting. And then I started adding the lighting. Right? And then it changed. And so suddenly my issues with my painting shifted just a little bit. Again, not a ton, but they shifted just enough because now I had different goals. I think I've still, my values probably aren't as clear anymore. And so now I got to rework some things. Yeah, but so it changed the image a lot, and so now my value structure is all messed up, and I got to rework stuff, more nuance, and so there's just new problems to deal with, which is fine. It's not an ideal way to work. I think if I knew my image was going to be dramatic like this, right? I think this is kind of my pet peeve or my gripe with the video we watched yesterday, right? I don't think anything that Jeremy Vickery, aka Lighting Mentor, said was wrong. I think I actually really like that method, or even this. It's again kind of this method, right? I'm kind of doing the thing he mention, and I've sort of always done lighting this way, mostly. Sometimes, though, I think if the painting revolves around like a certain dramatic lighting, you should plan that in from like step one, right? Like if you know you're gonna have, you know, a really dramatic scene, like you should probably be planning around the lighting. Now, if it's just like a normal scene, just like people outside walking around and like pretty chill, not very dramatic, you know, you have subtle shadows, like, yeah, do your shadow and lighting last. Like, who cares, right? Plan your scene as a sketch, plan your scene maybe as sort of like a gray painting, kind of like this, where you don't have lighting, right? It's just kind of base objects and values or colors or whatever without lighting taken into account. That's fine because you're not going to have these big dramatic shadows and stuff. But once you do, then it's like it makes no sense to start like this. So I think in this case, if I knew ahead of time that I was going to have super dramatic lighting, I should have not started the way I did. I think starting in very like no tan would be better for this kind, for a very specific type of painting, right? But I don't think every painting's the same, and I think depending on what your goals are, there's probably better ways to start. Like if it's primarily graphical, then I think starting black and white would make a lot of sense. But if your color is going to play a huge role in your painting, maybe start in color because then you can plan those that like you can plan around color. So it just I feel like how there should be no one right way to start a painting. It should matter based on what you're actually trying to do. That's my hot take. Probably not a very hot take, but it's a take. A lukewarm take. What if I take like an orange and just go boom? There's a right way if you know where you want to go, though. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Well, maybe, I mean, maybe not totally. There might be multiple right ways, right? But yeah, no, I do think so. I for sure. I think if you know where you want to go, there are some ways that are just gonna lend itself. Like, again, I'm talking almost like statistically here. Like, just a little bit better. Like, consistently, it might, you know, make your image a little stronger. Again, not every time, right? And if your obviously skill level is gonna matter more, but yeah, like I think starting if composition or you know again if lighting plays a big role in your image, designing your lighting early is gonna be better for your painting in the long run, right? Because if lighting is so important and you do it last, it might ruin other things, right? And so it would just make a lot it makes a lot of sense sort of logically, and I think it also bears out in real life. Like starting with lighting is a good reason is a good thing to do if that's what your painting's focus is. Now if it's not lighting, then starting lighting and doing your note hand sketches and stuff probably aren't going to be super important because that's not what your painting's about. So like you might be focusing on something that isn't the main thing, and so like maybe you should, I don't know. I'm rambling, but yeah. Hey, Strum Eagle, how's it going? Doing good. Just got home from work. Nice. Kind of feel like some of this is a little. It's weird to be painting with an airbrush here, but I'm just trying to like not fix, but I guess kind of fix, correct subtle values and stuff. Some temperature stuff. Mostly values. Actually, don't know why I had a crack there. Hope work went well. You said you're pretty much become completely in an office, right? You're no longer like work from home. I think back in the day, right? You said you were some work from home, but not anymore. I'm reading into back from work makes it sound like you probably were not at home. I don't think people say I'm back from work when they're at home. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Do I ever go more bright up here? Now I could go crazy with the vibrancy. I don't think I want to, or do I? I don't know. Let's test it. Create. Let's go an overlay layer. Overlay. Right along. I know this is like a. Some people probably hate this when they see it in art. Where people will do these crazy like right along the edges of things. They'll just major light fall off, and they'll like go super heavy-handed with the light fall off and these big bright orange stripes. I like it. I'm a fan, but I know some people probably don't like it because it's a little bit intense. But yeah, I think it's like it's a stylistic choice though, right? Where it's like you're basically drawing like an outline of your light and shadow shapes, and you're just outlining them with a little bit of vibrancy. Right, like right here. And not every shadow shape is going to have it. You haven't seen anyone say they don't like it? Really? Oh, I've seen people gripe online about... I mean, it's always like on Twitter, right? But I've seen people gripe about how people are learning to do this sort of not even... Like, it's a stylistic choice, and people sometimes teach it as if it's, like, not a stylistic choice, and so you have people just, like, mimicking it because they think they're supposed to, but, like, you don't have to. It does happen in real life, but not to that degree. Like, it's definitely an exaggeration, right? It's like a... I mean, it's the same... I think it's in the same vein, Sarah, as, like, people griping about, you know, drawing it, like... I don't know. Any sort of, like, shape design or stylization of a character, and, like, oh, like, this thing might look good, but everybody starts drawing a character shape or a nose or a mouth or whatever the same way. And, like, it doesn't mean that it looks bad. It's just sometimes it feels like you're doing it because you think you have to, not because you're choosing to. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's the exact complaint, but it's something like that. Where it seems to be more of a... Like, people are doing it because other people do it, not because it's the best thing to do. But anyway, I do like it. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of the vibrant light fall off. I will defend this practice to the death of me. Actually, that's probably not true. I'm sure someday I'll be like, eh, I'm done with it. It is a bit of a trend, right? That I think that's what people's gripe is. They gripe that it's a trend, and it's like you shouldn't be learning things as a student that are just trendy, because like that there's like a whole history of art history, right? That sort of is like poo-pooing people who don't do the trendy stuff, even though what they're doing is actually good, or maybe not. Like it's not always seen like viewing the current trends as more optimal as than the non-trends, right? And like, oh, you should do this to your shapes. Well, I don't want to do that to my shapes, right? You should do this to your lighting. Well, I don't want to, but like, you're only suggesting it because it's popular, you know? It feels, yeah. Do you think it's one of the least egregious examples? Oh, for sure. Probably. I mean, I think you're probably right. I mean, I would even argue something like anime, right, is a good example where like people like anime and they learn to draw from anime, and so you learn proportions from anime. Nothing wrong with anime, but if that's all you know and is your proportions, then I think there is an argument to be said. Like I'm kind of on the side of like maybe try to learn how humans work if you're going to draw a lot of humans. And then you can stylize however you want, and if that looks like an anime drawing, that's fine. But like, so I get the argument, right? The argument is basically saying, don't just automatically do this with a vibrant, orange line everywhere. Even though it looks cool, maybe you should learn how to do it, when to do it, and you can choose not to do it if you want, right? Like, it should be a choice, not a habit. But yeah, I agree with Sarah. I think this is one of the least egregious examples. But it definitely is a thing where some people look at it and you're like, oh, you're one of them. You're one of the trendy followers, You're just doing what's meta, or whatever. Maybe they don't actually say that. That's all that exists in my head. Siren says popular question, so long as it looks good and it's in the direction you want to go. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. But a lot of times people learn, especially online, right? When you're not in school and you're just learning from YouTube videos or Twitch streams, right? A lot of times you're learning from people who are popular. And so you learn the popular stuff. And so in your head, the right way of doing things ends up just being trendy, not necessarily like a hot take. Sometimes people just like stuff. Yeah, totally. And I think it's fair and it's totally valid. I mean, look, I'm all on board. Like, draw what you want to draw. And also, I mentioned this earlier, I think before you got here. I think doing art as a hobby is severely underrated. Like, I think people talk about, I mean, there's nothing wrong with aspiring to be a pro, right? But like, people talk about art like they have to be a pro, right? Like, I have to get better. I have to learn. I have to do it the right way. And like, I don't think so. Like, if you want to just draw one thing in one style, go for it. The only thing I would gripe about is like, I don't think you get to complain about like a certain thing if you're refusing to also do the thing that's like tried and true. Like it's a little bit of like wanting your cake and eating it too kind of thing, or whatever the saying is. Have your cake and eat it too. Is that that saying, right? It's a little bit of that where like, I think if all you want to draw is anime or you want to do one style of lighting and color and one way of coloring things, I think that's totally fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? In fact, people should just do what they want. But you don't also get to say, oh, why can't I learn characters and draw them better? And what's wrong with my characters? And someone's like, maybe you should take a break from stylization and focus on realism to learn anatomy. And they're like, I don't want to do that. Like, you don't get to say like, I want to do this, but also I want to do that. And like, sometimes, I don't know. That's my only complaint is like, there's nothing wrong with just doing a thing that because you like it, but if something is not working out for you and you're insisting that you want to do this one thing, then it's like, well, I don't know how to, what do you say to that person, right? It's like wanting to be an Olympic sprinter, but insisting that you wear a cape when you run. Like, okay, this thing's gonna slow you down. Like, I don't know, maybe don't wear the freaking cape, but I want to. Well, fine, then don't try to be an Olympic sprinter. Like, pick one, right? Like, maybe that's a weird example, but like, hey, nothing wrong with capes. If you want to wear a cape outside and when you run, go for it. Who am I to stop you? But like, I don't know, feels like sometimes with certain things like that, because people have this idea that you have to be the Olympic sprinter, right? They think that you have to be the pro or whatever. I don't know. I don't think you have to be. I don't think there's anything wrong with just doing what you want. I think people don't do it as a hobby as often because it's hard to draw a lot out of a day job. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's easier to draw a little bit here and there than to like put in so much time and effort and pursue it as a career, right? Like, I get the idea, like, I want to draw a lot, and so the only way I can see myself doing that is if I'm doing it for a living because I don't have the time to do it if it's not. But I think that's kind of a wrong argument, right? Like, because, like, if you're doing it as a job, you're also not going to have as much time you're going to have equally little time to draw for fun also. Like, if you're not drawing the stuff you want to draw, like, when are you finding the time to draw the stuff you want to draw? Like, you still have to make the time in your downtime, right? I don't feel like you suddenly gain more time. In fact, you probably have less time when you're doing art as a job because in some ways, it's like it's not as like consistent and reliable and cushy kind of, right? It's not like, oh, I know my paycheck's coming guaranteed. Like, no, your job might be ending and then you have to find another thing to do. The learning part can happen on the job. True. That's fair. But yeah, I think you're right. I think there's also more to that though. I do think a lot of people um I mean, everybody you learn from online is in some, not everybody, but like a lot of people are going to be professionals, right? So when you're learning from like the online personas and there's like the social media people or whoever it is, right? Some sort of, if you're learning online as like a you're not going to school for art or whatever, you're probably learning from people who approach art from a professional point of view, right? You like, you're sort of, everybody talks about art from the professional perspective. It's not from the, hey, we're just having fun drawing stuff. And I mean, there are some, right? There's definitely channels like that. I think Jazza was a good example of that. I don't know if I mean, again, I haven't really watched his videos in a long time, other than that one fairly recently that was not like his others. But I think he was a good I think Drawfee is like that, right? Drawfee is just like, I mean, they are pros, but they also just turn it into a fun thing. So I think that like Drawfee is a good example of that. Yeah, one-on-one direct feedback is definitely more helpful though from a personal experience for sure, and just the pure hours put in. Hard to put in 8 hours a day if you're not doing it for work. Yeah. Yeah, but you can't do it for work unless you've already put a ludicrous amount of time in, right? And so like I think some people more or less would be doing it for a hobby, but they've convinced themselves they have to do a bunch of work to do it for a job so they can then do what they want to do. Like, it feels a little backwards, right? At least to me. I think the problem with self-guided learning is that you're limited to your own perception. That can also, yeah, for sure. I mean, self-guided, I mean, I don't even fully know what you mean by self-guided. I assume you mean self-guided just like learning from videos and stuff, or do you mean like fully just like, I don't, I'm not gonna learn and read books, I'm just gonna do what I want? Because I think both I think the self curriculum, right? Self education, whatever you want to call it. I'm self taught, which is code word for I read a bunch of books and I watched a bunch of videos and maybe I paid for some online classes, but like you're self taught in the sense that you weren't curriculum driven from a school, right? That is still I think self guided, and yeah, there's still blind spots there, but that's still very much in the framework of like I want to be a pro, right? Like the sort of you're more or less trying to mimic a well-rounded classical education, and like you still are trying to learn the fundamentals, and like I think there's a whole group of people who just want to paint stuff. They just want to draw and just have fun, right? They don't care about, well, they shouldn't, or not they shouldn't. They seemingly don't want to care about the fundamentals and all the other stuff, and yet they're sort of in an ecosystem of like need to learn your fundamentals. You need to do all the stuff that the more classical learning of art is. And I don't know. I think there's a whole like I feel like it's hard to be like a total casual, right? And I know people have the same gripe with video games. Like it's hard to just suck at a game and be fine with it, right? Because you're constantly bombarded with clips of what the good players are doing and showing them like celebrating their skill, and like there's it's very hard just to be like someone who just has fun drawing stuff without being judged, because you're on social media, you see other people, there's a comparison thing. Like it's hard just to enjoy art as a hobby. Yeah, I'm talking about like the person who just wants to paint and wants to do it as a hobby and doesn't want to feel like they need to level up, right? You don't need to level up. And yet it's you're constantly reminded that you need to level up if you're online, right? If you exist at all online, you are basically told indirectly that you need to level up, whether we're talking about games or art. But, and I feel like that's sad. I think we need to get back to a world more where like you can do art as a hobby. I also think it's fine to go super hardcore into your hobby. Like, if speedrunning is your hobby, some of those people are the most intense gamers you've ever run into, and yet that's totally valid. You can do a competitive thing as a hobby. Um Especially in like push yourself, right? You can run marathons as a hobby, and that doesn't mean that you're not pushing yourself and trying to train, right? So, but also there are going to be hobbyists who just like to do a thing, and they shouldn't be made to feel like they, you know, aren't valid or something. Oh, but it's tricky. Like I perpetuate probably the same feeling of like trying to get better and improving, and all the stuff that might make someone feel like they can't just enjoy doing what they do. I think it's a tricky situation a little bit. I think a lot of it's just how online everything is, right? If you want to learn, you're online. And if you're online, you see the pros, or you see the people who are talking about leveling up and improving, and you might just want to like, yeah, it's. I mean, I think part of the problem, part of that, sorry, not part of the problem. I mean, I also think part of that is because if someone truly just wanted to do it as a hobby, the social media attention wouldn't matter. But if you're posting it online, presumably you want other people to like it. Well, yeah, I think you're totally right, Sarah. But I don't think it's about what you want, though. I think people are just made to feel like if you do art, you post online. That's what you do. It's not like you're right. In theory, if you wanted to do art as a hobby, you could just make art and never talk about it and never share it. Or if you do share it, you just share it amongst your small group of friends that say, again, I'm going to use like school kids as an example because that's just an easy example to make. But like if you had a small group of friends at school, right? Imagine you're in your, I don't know, like teenage years or something. Like that's a very small, right? What's the phrase, like a big fish in a small pond, or a small, you're in a very small pond, right? It's a small group of people. You don't have quite the same pressures. But nowadays, even if you're sharing it to your group of friends, they're going to be like, put it on Instagram, right? And even if you didn't want to, you end up being a part of this ecosystem that pressures you to get better and to like level up and improve and you know, fight for the likes. And like, it's not healthy. There's no way that's healthy. Like, it almost feels like it would be impossible to just be a pure hobbyist without feeling any pressure whatsoever to get better. Like, it feels like it would be a lot. I don't know. I don't know if I could do it. I mean, I kind of do it in some ways. In my own little way, I do it because you know, while I do take on commissions, and so in some sense, you know, and I make money from art, there is a sense that I am a pro in that sense, but like in the sense of you know, like what I'm doing on stream, I don't view myself as like a professional. I view myself in some ways as a hobbyist who just wants to still make the best quality stuff I can, or you know, mostly the best quality stuff I can, with some limitations, or with some restrictions, I guess. Like, if it's not fun and I'm doing it on my own, I probably won't do it. Like, even if I know technically it would make it for better art. So I'm not fully on to the like, you know, do whatever it takes at all costs to get better kind of thing. But I'm pretty like, I'm definitely in, you know, in the camp of like, I want to improve. I think improving is good. It's a, you know, I like improving. But I do think I'm pretty much into hobbyist. I don't know. In some ways, I think of myself as a hobbyist. But I realize more, you know, it's a very dedicated hobby. I also think anyone who truly loves art probably just inherently feels the urge to get better because it allows you to express what's in your head better. Maybe. Maybe. I'm skeptical of that claim though. I mean, I think you're probably like, I think to some degree, I think you eventually are led there, but I still think that like social media plays a big role. Just how global our information is with YouTube, and not even just social media, but just being online. Um, I don't know, like even me as a kid, right? I did art as a hobby, and I didn't really even know. I didn't even think about getting better. And it wasn't until sort of, you know, I was much older and the internet existed. And again, that's, you know, this is just my story, and I don't know if other people share the same story. But I definitely think me being more aware of the whole like improvement ecosystem or whatever you want to call it, I definitely think that played a big role. I mean, for me personally, that actually sparked a new love of art, right? But I definitely think it's possible just to really like art and like art for art's sake and not care about getting better. Well, that's true. That's you're not wrong there, Sarah. You said, well, little kids typically don't have ambitions; they're just exploring. That's true. But again, a lot of times with art, you aren't ambitious, right? If we're talking about a hobby, it's not about being ambitious. It's about doing a thing because it's fun. It's about exploring. That's what a lot of art is for people. Once we start talking about being ambitious, well, yeah, now we're talking about, you know, whatever you wanted to call it, improvement ecosystem, or like, that's a whole different thing. I think there is a way, again, I don't think there's a lot of people who do that, but I think it absolutely was a thing. Like, back in the day, I think lots of people did art constantly throughout, even, I mean, I know adults. I remember being at my friend's house growing up, and his mom did art. She never posted it online. She just did it for her own enjoyment. Maybe you know, she had like a binder, you know, of like things she had drawn, She never did art fairs. She never put it in the public. She never, like, wasn't trying to improve. She just drew and had fun. And, like, I think it absolutely was a thing. More than it is now. I don't think it's about getting better. And I don't think it's a necessary truth that you inherently would feel an urge to get better because you want to express what's in your head better. I think that's much more of a case of our times. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, there is a huge population, right? If you do a thing and you really love it, yeah, you're gonna want to get better, right? I think it's pretty true that like you said, generally speaking, I think you're probably right. If you do a thing, you'll want to get better. But I mean, people do this with like, again, with games, right? Even creative games where there's there's skills like Minecraft. There's a lot of people who just like playing Minecraft, and I'm not talking about little kids without ambition or whatever, but just like people who just like building stuff and having fun. They treat it like a sandbox. But it's also very hard because then you see all the professional builders and you're made to feel that you have to be as good as them. And then, but like, there's still, I think with games, it's a little more acceptable. But even then, people do complain that games, I mean, I've seen more than one post online in game subreddits and online on Twitter and stuff about, how it's hard to be a casual gamer because there's, you're just made to feel like you have to be a pro. Having internet troubles, trying to see if I can lurk at least. Hey, Ike, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I don't know. I don't think it's that deep, Sarah. I just think that there's definitely, I think it's harder to be a casual hobbyist in most things these days. Because you are made to feel like you have to improve and invest time to get better. And if you're not, then you feel bad because you're judging yourself against others. And the group of people that you judge yourself against is huge. It's the world. It's Instagram, right? Not about hobby versus improvement. Sometimes I forget how much more chronically online people. That's true. I am very chronically online, so I might have a very skewed perspective. I'm sure there are lots of people who do art for fun and don't have any intention of ever posting. I mean, I'm just using the post that I see not as like I think this is a super prevalent view. I mean, in some ways I am because like if a view goes like if a post goes viral and I'm assuming that like if someone has an opinion and then people are like, oh, they're retweeting it, and like there's clearly some people that share this opinion. I'm not saying it's like the most popular opinion, but I don't think it's a super controversial take though that it's harder to be like a casual when our world is so connected and you can compare yourself to people. Like it's harder to just be blissfully ignorant and have a good time. It's hard to just enjoy it's hard to just enjoy stuff when you're made to feel like you. I mean, this is true not just in art, but like, I mean, it's kind of the same idea as like, it's hard to, like with consumerism, right? How you're made to feel like you need the new and the best stuff. Well, obviously, there are still people who enjoy, having a 10-year-old smartphone or whatever, but you are more now than ever made to feel like you need the new and the best stuff, right? Like there's always like the more global and the more advertising is in front of you, the more you're going to be made to feel like what you have isn't enough, right? The more keeping up with the Joneses stuff. And I think that's true with skill building. I think it's true with buying stuff. I mean, people are trying to sell you that you need to level up. You need to, I mean, I don't think that's a hot take. Obviously, I might be making it sound like it's a more extreme issue than it is. But, yeah. I'm not even quite sure what I'm ranting about at this point. I'm just rambling. This shape up here feels wrong. Maybe this shape just goes straight up. I want to level up because my vision isn't hitting the page the way I like. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Sarah was saying. And I think that is true for a lot of people. I do think that's true. For sure. I don't know. I just think like the psychology around that conversation is interesting. Because like you can also if your expectations grow, like again, because of let's say social media, it will still be true that your vision won't be hitting the way that you want it to, right? Because your expectation is very high. So yes, that will lead you to want to level up. But it could also be that the environment you find yourself in is contributing to your expectations and your desires around what you want your art to be, right? Like, yes, I want my art to be a certain way, but if I was never online or any of that, I would never be drawing the same stuff I'm drawing now, or never be striving to draw what I am. You know, like it's all connected. It's not an isolation. Like this is my want, and my want is uninfluenced by anyone else. So it's a I don't know. I think it's a really interesting. There's definitely some like the whole how being online, you know, makes people view themselves and their art and their skills and where they want to go and what their goals are. Like, I think it all absolutely affects it. To what degree, I don't know. I connected very early on that video games need art, and I want to make pretty things like my friends did. Fair. Yeah. See, I remember wanting to make stuff like my friends did, but it's funny because now when I look back at like the stuff me and my friends were making, we were so bad. Like I was striving to be extremely mediocre, right? Like nowadays, my aspirations are much higher. And again, yes, I'm talking about me as a kid, and again, kids, you know, not being overly ambitious and all that. But I just didn't know any better. I genuinely didn't know what was in the world, right? Like, again, same with like, I mean, you know, one area I was ambitious in is like chess, right? As a kid, I liked chess. I wanted to be better. Granted, I had no idea how to get better at it, but I played a lot of it. I was pretty good relative to my peers, and I thought I was pretty good until you go into college and you realize you suck, and then you online happens and there's chess websites and you really realize you suck, and you're like, wow, everyone's better than me. And now it's like, yeah, I gotta get better because at once I was like the best in my school or whatever, and now it's, you know, and I'm like, I didn't even know what more to strive for. I was like, I'm here. So it's hard to know, like, you know, your expectations just go up and up and up as that pond gets bigger, right? And you're like the small fish in the big pond, and you realize how big the world is, how much more there is to learn. And now we're in the biggest pond, which is online, connected to everybody. And so your expectations are just crazy. Or maybe not expectations, but like your whatever. I think it's an interesting topic. I'm sure many books have been written on that topic. Connect very long. Let's see. I mean, the painters of old be like, this painting ain't hitting right because I don't look like the queen. True. Compare yourself to the best. Yeah. That's, I mean, obviously there's always been very skilled people, right? Even when I was a kid, right? There was obviously professional chess players who took it extremely seriously and were very good, right? So obviously people have always, throughout history, wanted to strive to be the very best they can be. There's always been groups of like, you know, the hyper nerds, you know, the people who whatever they did, they wanted to excel, you know, and that's obviously still true today. There are groups of people, but I do think today you're made to feel like you have to excel even more. Just there's so much, again, a lot of it's content, but there or marketing or whatever, right, around like improving and improvement. There's an entire, you know, it's like a whole thing. It's like a genre of I don't know what you want to call it. Just improving it. Literally any aspect of your life, you can be made to feel you aren't good enough, right? Whether it's your looks or your anything. I mean, it's way worse than it ever's been, for sure, right? Am I crazy to think that? I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's extremely well, like, I feel like that's just a fact. Like, more now than ever, you are being sold on the idea that what you have isn't enough. The small pond known as the past. Yeah. Yeah, but I think there's some degree, like, you can't, though. You can't just forget. You can't just forget that, like, you know, the world is full of amazing artists who are constant. I mean, I guess you could. You could just get off social media or whatever offline, and then you just kind of, you know, try to exist in your own little small pond or in your own little bubble, um, and not have you know, an internationally connected bubble. So yeah, I guess it is possible to go back to the small pond. But it's hard, right? I think it's super hard because the world is constantly online. It's constantly in the small bubble or the small pond. Or sorry, it's constantly in the big pond. You go back and see how much better you are now. True, yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I'm not completely hating on it either. Like, I think, again, like I say, the reason I do art today is because I sort of learned about improving at art, right? I kind of fell down into the improvement ecosystem of that is YouTube and learning how to learn and video recordings and replays and being able to watch the pros do what they're doing, right? Fang Zhu is an example where, like, you know, I saw his videos and it inspired me. If I didn't have access to you know, a very skilled artist in real time, more or less talking directly to you, right, through the means of a YouTube video, I don't know if I would have gotten into art because I don't know if it would have really landed that, like, made to believe that I could do this thing, right? Like, it's not to say I wouldn't have liked art. I still might have done it, right? But it wouldn't have been with the same intensity of, like, making it a regular part of my life and feeling like I need to or what. I mean, I don't know if I ever felt. Probably. But it was definitely a jump. I have seen beautiful art, but it's not the same as, like, when you learn about. No, I don't think it's just like aspiring. There's a big difference between seeing something that is very skillful and being like, "Oh, I wish I could do that." To be like, "I'm going to go down the path and learn to do that." I think there's that to me is a completely different. Like, of course I've seen professional artists, right? I've often liken this to like the like a little kid watching sports, right? Or like seeing sports. I think a lot of people understand how you get better at sports, right? You go to soccer practice, you do drills, right? Your coach makes you do a bunch of stuff you don't want to do. But it's all for the sake of getting better, and you do get better, and you win more games, and like that's how you get better. And eventually, if you do, if you play enough soccer and you train and practice enough, eat healthy, do all that, exercise, like maybe one day you will get, you'll play professionally. I I definitely with art, that is never I never saw that sort of that pipeline. That pipeline was more or less invisible to me. Now, obviously in some, households and some communities or some parts of the world probably that pipeline is front and center, and I'm sure there are, that was no mystery to people. But for art specifically, that pipeline was pretty much invisible until online. I didn't grow up in an artistic family. I didn't even when something like see, like I wouldn't have been aware probably that art books existed unless I actively went and looked for them. Also, I think you're a few years later than I am, right? So like online art books being sold, like that wasn't a thing. At least if it was, not anywhere I saw. You'd have to be in a big city where there's art conventions and you'd have to go to them and want to go to them. Like that wasn't a thing for me. It was just like I just watched movies because they were cool. Oh, you found them in the library? Okay. See, I never went to that corner of the library, or like I never saw that. I saw books. I saw how to. I guess I did have some how to draw books, but they weren't books that talked about art in the same way. Like they definitely existed, right? Like I think for me it's yeah, like you say, Sarah, like you said you weren't aware they existed, you stumbled across them at a bookstore. I think a lot of it is that, right? If you stumbled across it, you were made to find they were exist. But a lot of people wouldn't stumble across it. And I think nowadays you do stumble across it because it's so in your face. It's way more in your face. It's not somewhere in a book in a library and you have to happen to be in that section of the library, or you're in an adjacent section because of something you happen to like. I feel like for me anyway, I don't think, or if I did stumble across it, maybe I don't know. It just wasn't as obvious, right? Like it what like again like the sports pipeline for me as a kid was really obvious. Um, Art not at all. Art was basically it wasn't until pretty much until YouTube that I was like, and that was only again even that to some degree I guess was still happenstantial, right, or whatever the word is, because I was actively looking to improve drawing, but for something completely different, not really art related, but like design related, so like architectural drawing. What if this comes down here more? But yeah, I just brought up because it was a still image, not saying someone you can learn this as a skill. Yeah, so maybe I was just dense, but I didn't really it didn't really click of like I don't know, and maybe it was just the way that I remember Mark Curley. We've talked about him on yeah. So Bob Ross did a lot. I think Bob Ross is a big example of that. Bob Ross definitely it was a like huge, uh, what do you call it? He definitely brought that mentality into people's homes, right? Funny enough, I didn't really ever see Bob Ross growing up, uh, but he definitely is an example of like you know the opposite of what I'm talking about. But yeah, I don't know why. I think for some reason, like maybe it's the way I grew up and the way my like the older role model type peers around me, like parents and friends and family that were older. The way they talked about uh the way they talked about stuff. Like, I never really, like, looked at somebody and was like, I want to do that. Or looked at an art and, like, I want to make that. Or if I did, it wasn't in the same way as, like, a serious endeavor. Like, it wasn't... I don't know. I feel like it was a very different attitude towards that kind of thing. It's hard to remember also, because, like, I don't know how I thought when I was I don't know what I actually thought about these topics as a kid, or even just growing up. Yeah, so I did that. So, Siren, what you said, I saw, like, my friends do stuff, right? Or I did a thing and my friends saw me and they thought I was a little better and they was like, I want to do that. Or I saw my friend, I was like, I want to do that. But that's different, right? Again, we're talking super small. Like, I didn't have the, like, I didn't see a thing on TV and it's like, I want to animate. Right? It was like, oh, that's a thing adults do. That's like a profession that you go to school for. I didn't even understand that, like, it's a thing that is the same as drawing, you know? Like, me and my friends were doing, just, like, again, it's not to say that we weren't ambitious about improving, but our scope of what that was so different than it is today. Right? I feel like if I was a kid in, ninth grade, so freshman year of high school or something, or let's say eighth grade, because high school kind of changed it a little bit, I guess. But if I was like in eighth grade or something, and my friends were drawing, there's not a chance that we wouldn't be aware of, tutorials and YouTube videos, and we'd probably have our favorite artists and stuff nowadays. Like, I don't exactly know how it is with eighth graders. It's not exactly like, I don't even know a single person in that age range. But actually, that's not true. I know I have a nephew. Keep in mind though. Oh no, yeah, I'm not talking about me actually seeing kids online who are good. I'm just saying that if I were a kid online, I would see people who are good and still understand that, like, I have an Instagram account, they have an Instagram. Like, I think, and again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I wouldn't make that connection. But yeah, no, I'm not saying I see, like, yeah, that's true. When people are like, I'm 14, and then they're drawing, like, the most amazing stuff. It's like Riot Games Splash. I'm like, I don't really believe you. But even if you are, like, you're an extreme outlier. But again, you could be bombarded with 10 of those artists a day for the rest of your life, and still it would be like nothing, right? Like, it'd be made to feel. What's that? It's the Chinese murder fallacy, right? It's you because of the sample size is so big, right? The population is so big, right? That such a big pond that you can be made to believe that something's super duper common because you can see it every single day of your life and you can be bombarded with examples of it, even though it might be super, super rare, right? You can be made to feel that everyone's good when not everyone is good, but you just see all the good people. And that's, again, that never happened as a kid, right? Weren't in a big enough pond for that to happen. You would see the best people, right? But there was like one of them or two of them at most in a school, right? Maybe a handful if it was like a really artsy school. But you definitely weren't being bombarded with the super pros, right? Like, it's the pond is so big now. It's wild. And I do not envy school children or school-aged people living in social media times. I'm so glad that my life is not, like... I'm so glad I didn't grow up in a time with Instagram. I'll tell you. I mean, on one hand, knowing that I went into art, I'm not sure if I would have hated it. Yeah, the pond is just an ocean. It's just the world. Now the pond is the world. Yeah, I think it would suck to be a kid these days in school with phones and social media. Like, what a nightmare. That sounds awful. Everything, every stupid thing you do is online because somebody's gonna put it online. And AI, yeah, there's AI with learning, which is like, yeah, you have this thing where like trying to pass a test and you know that you can pass and get an A if you use AI, but also you are actively hurting yourself and because you won't learn the subject. And if you ever want to know the subject, you're it actually is hurting your education. It may not be hurting your future prospects, but it's hurting your education, right? Um, yeah, no, having that temptation, I would have absolutely, if I were a kid this like right now, I would definitely have been one of the kids who cheated with AI. Unless I had like really present and tech savvy or like aware parents who, like obviously if I had a kid right now, hopefully I could get the message to them of like why you're not going to use it and don't cheat with AI. But like in a vacuum, I'd use AI. I would have done it. I wasn't like I didn't cheat on stuff. I did I think I probably cheated like once or twice. Um but not like I don't know, it always felt like to me I don't know why I did it or how I rationalized it at the time. Like obviously it's not good and I certainly didn't learn the stuff that I was cheating on. Um but I think I definitely would have with AI. If I knew I could just like more or less have it write me a paper and then I can reword things and I would, I'm sure I would have been like the high effort cheater, right? I would have rewritten the whole thing in my own words and made it sound, I would have covered up my cheating just to, make sure I misspell some stuff here and there and, remove all the M dashes to make sure it's not obvious that I didn't write it. It would still probably be obvious because I was a dumb kid, but oh, I think I would have used it. And I'm not saying that proudly. Like, obviously, I despise AI, and I think it's super terrible for lots of things. Um, but there's that temptation there that, like, growing up when you're told that pass fail is all that's important, essentially. I mean, you're not really told that, not literally, but like that's what the system rewards, right? Um, oh yeah, I think I would have used it. I don't blame people for cheating to paint. I mean, I think cheating is bad always, but also, well, that's not true. I mean, okay, it's only bad in the context of like your self improvement. Again, very much in the improvement ecosystem here, right? I'm very much talking from like a personal improvement, fulfillment kind of thing. But if we're just talking about like making money and like having a good career, I think cheating is the the right way to do it. Like lie on your resume and then figure it out later. Like take a job that you feel like slightly underqualified for and then work really hard to make sure you actually deliver, right? So like I think a little bit of lying, getting your foot in the door is more important. That's my hot take. I think it's dishonest and I think it might make you a slightly bad person, but but I also think if what you're talking about is like career, I think it's not a bad way to do it. Again, I'm not advising it because I think it's bad. That's not the same as cheating. It's not completely the same, but it's pretty adjacent. It's pretty adjacent to like lying and being dishonest and claiming you did something or can do something that you can't do or didn't do. I think it's pretty close to the same thing. Like, maybe not technically the same, but it's definitely in the same ballpark, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's the same. Being like, "Oh, I worked on this and this project" when you didn't. That's claiming that you did something you didn't. That's taking credit. That's literally taking credit for something you didn't. Or saying that you have the skills that you didn't, that you don't, and faking it basically. I don't know. It's super close. You might be screwed when you start the job, but here I think that a lot of times though, you can still figure it out by working really hard once you get the job. Oftentimes the hardest part is actually getting the job. And then once you do that, yes, you're gonna have to scramble and basically be faking it super hard, and it's gonna not be easy. But you're still then are given the opportunity. Now, you might say, well, wouldn't you just put all that effort ahead of time? Well, yeah, but there's no guarantee that you'll still get the job. Whereas if you fake it first, then you... I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not advocating for it. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I'm just saying that if it's absolutely a... Like, the system rewards that, for sure. That just seems way too different competing apples to oranges. Maybe. I think it's super adjacent. Because the system in school rewards getting a grade. It doesn't care about if you learn a thing. It cares that you get a grade. What makes you move on is getting a good grade. What makes you get into a good college is getting a good grade. It's not about knowing your stuff. And if you can cheat to get there, people will absolutely cheat to get there. I think that's very similar to lying on a resume. You're cheating to get into the job, and then yes, then maybe you'll be screwed in college, maybe whatever, maybe you'll be screwed in the job force, but people will be resourceful and find a way to do it. And also a lot of times in the thing you get hired for, now art is probably different, right? Art is a little different because you get hired based on your portfolio. But a lot of times the actual day-to-day work you're doing in a job is not the same stuff you did in college. They just expect you to know that, but it's not the same stuff. A lot of people are you're required to know to have learned calculus, but you don't actually use it in your job. And again, a lot of times you can still learn that stuff later, but and again, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I just think it's very akin to cheating. And I'm not even sure I don't know. I'm not sure what my point is. Don't do it. Don't do it. It would be better if we had a society that didn't just reward that, but actually rewarded like knowing the things and doing a good job and not just status and yeah. But hiring managers are less likely to be fooled by you saying you worked at a company that you didn't work for versus a teacher being fooled by a paper. Maybe. I mean, if you can convince someone, I don't think it matters if you're likely to get away with the cheating. The point is the cheating in and of itself, right? Like it's true. Maybe it's harder to cheat to get into it. I don't think that's true at all, actually. I think it's easier to cheat to get into a job. Probably. Well, no. I think they're both easy. I don't think it's particularly hard, probably. I mean, I've never cheated to get into a job. So I don't have experience doing this. I don't think it's particularly difficult either. I'm not convinced lying on a resume works if you straight up lie. Versus just an embellishment. I mean, obviously the practical sense is just embellish, right? Like don't straight up lie. I'm not advocating to lie. But no, I think if it's like you need to know certain programs and you're like you just straight up lie and like, oh, I'll figure it out if I actually get hired. Um Depends on the job, not yeah. Depends on the job. Definitely depends on the job. Yeah, people lie to get jobs all the time. Yeah, I don't think it's hard. I'm not claiming to do it, right? And I'm not advocating to do it. Hey, Zvesta, how's it going? Yeah, my only argument is that if I were in, I don't think there's a major difference between like lying to get a job and cheating in school. And I think if I were in school today with AI, I would absolutely use it. I'm not saying because I would be a stupid kid, right? I'm not saying that I would use it like now if I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't do it because I would want to actually learn and improve and be a smart, educated person. But with the temptations, as like a high schooler, with being rewarded for a good grade and not for not knowing stuff, and having your sort of fulfillment as a teenager being from like social connections and stuff, and not from what you know and how you know it, I absolutely would. I think so. I don't see how I wouldn't have. it's it, I My whole point was that I do not envy students these days. I'm so glad I didn't grow up with smartphones and social media and AI. Also, yeah, hi. Yeah. Yeah, for sure with healthcare, and there's obviously a lot of degrees where like there's a strict. I mean, even in art, right? Art's a pretty good example where like if you lie to get your foot in the door and they actually give you an art test, or you know, there could be ways where they would absolutely sniff you out if you don't know what you're doing, right? Immediately. Um, but there's also a lot of jobs, and you hear this a lot, right? Where people are like, I took this and this and this class in college, and I never used it in my career, right? You hear that all the time, especially with, and again, it's not to say that you didn't need those things to some part, but like, if you were to cheat in college or something and get a degree, you absolutely can survive in a job. Again, in some degrees, not all of them. It's case by case. I don't know. I just want a world. The whole point of my rant is I just want a world where we actually, you know, don't reward people for that, and you aren't seen as a like. I mean, there's literally like public speakers and like people who have written books that people like they openly profess that they cheated their way into things, and then they had to scramble and get their foot in the door, and then they knocked it out of the park, and they succeeded because they made an opportunity. Like that should be like frowned upon. it, I don't know, maybe it is frowned upon. I just feel like that's yeah. Literally search famous people who lied to get similar jobs. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's tons. Maybe this is part of the internet I've never seen. I just always felt a ton of pressure to have integrity even as a kid. I don't know. I guess I built that early. Yeah, that's good, Sarah. That is good that you built that early. I mean, I think I have that now, but as a kid I didn't. Maybe I did, but I think when you're actively being like if all of your peers are cheating, I still think I would have. I mean, again, I don't actually know. I'd like to think I wouldn't, but given the statistics on cheating in schools with ChatGPT, I have no reason to believe I would be one of the 2%. Or whatever the small percentage of people who don't, right? Like maybe it's 10%. I have no reason to believe I'd be part of the 20%, right? I would be part of the 80% or the 50% or the whatever big portion of, like, I don't have any reason to believe I would break that trend, right? We know that we know a lot of people cheat. And I don't think I would be any different. And I would be worse off for it today because of it. Anyway, hope everyone's doing well today. We're just talking about cheating and lying and using ChatGPT and really all the dishonest, terrible suckiness that people, especially younger people, are faced with, I feel like. I feel like times are changing, or they have changed. They're so different. Now, that being said, I do kind of wish I grew up with YouTube, because I do think I would have figured out that I wanted to do art more early. Or earlier. You bet 80? No way. No way. There's not a chance I mean, you think the same number of people, or roughly the same number of people, were cheating before ChatGPT? There's not a chance. I mean, if by cheating you mean, like... I mean, maybe. Maybe, like, slightly... No, I don't think... Not a chance. It's way higher now. It's gotta be. You grew up with YouTube, at least in middle school, but at the time it was mostly skits and funny short videos. Yeah. Yeah, that's a... I mean, I guess that's different, right? But yeah. I guess YouTube has changed quite a bit. I think it used to be harder to cheat on the same scale, but if people could, 80% probably would have. Oh, yeah, yeah, I think if it was as easy, I think that's what makes it so prevalent these days, right? Is because it's so easy. Cliff Notes, that's true. Yeah, Cliff Notes existed. Yeah, you have a good point, Sarah. I mean, Cliff Notes was a very, like... It was very accessible, right? And I think that's probably why so many people used it. But there wasn't Cliff Notes for everything. I feel like nowadays you have Cliff Notes for everything. You have math homework, Cliff Notes for math homework. You have writing, Cliff Notes for writing. You have creative writing, Cliff Notes for that, right? ChatGPT is what I'm talking about for all these examples. So yes, Cliff Notes was great if you didn't read a book and wanted to say you did, right? Because Cliff Notes was where they summarized books and they basically bullet pointed all the important things, like literary stuff where, you know, if there's, you know, comparing and contrasting characters, and they basically... It was everything you would need to know to basically pass a school exam on a topic. If you read To Kill a Mockingbird, it'll have every point about what it is, the main characters, who they are, you know, what the major conflict points are. It basically, you could do a book report for that book, and you could read it in, like, it was just like a summary. But it wasn't just a summary, it was a summary with main important points. And it was, sometimes it literally had, like, you know, potential questions, like mock test questions, I think. I think what we learned from today's discussion is that Sarah was a better student than I was. Or a better person. Just in general. I think the cheating is the most obvious on very niche topics. My degree was super niche, and the lectures could pick out people who hadn't read things pretty easily because there wasn't any summaries, etc. online. Not sure how that's changed now. True. Yeah, or if it's super niche that everyone's would be even closer to the same, you'd have even less variance. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, being in school now though with ChatGPT, it must suck for both students and teachers. I mean, it suck for students in the sense that if you did want to, you know, be honest and not cheat, then there's still a pressure, right? There's a pressure to do it because that's what you're rewarded on is your grade. I'm gonna use a different brush. I'm gonna play around with brushes. Let's play around with this. Some fun texture. Look at this. Look at this juicy. No, it's not juicy. I don't know why I said that. Look at this color jitter. Probably a little early to use color jitter, but I feel like it would work pretty well for these rocks. Yeah, the whole system sucks and only encourages people to use it. Yeah, yeah. That's pretty much my whole point of this ramble. It rewards people who use it. Just like with getting a job, I think it rewards people. You know, when your application is being reviewed by a robot, and then only eventually a person, and the hardest part is just passing all the checks, doing whatever you can, whatever sort of lying or whatever is necessary to get in. That's the hardest part. Like you're rewarded for lying or for cheating. Like it's, again, not saying it's a good thing. It's in fact quite the opposite. But yeah, I think this is some fun textured stuff, actually. I like this. It's some nice hard edges. You don't get how you would get fired within a month if you lied? Well, it depends. It depends on what the job is. Obviously, some jobs you would be, right? Some jobs you would absolutely be fired immediately. I mean, I even think art's a good example, right? Like, all they'd have to do is like, hey, sit down and paint something in front of me, right? And you'd literally lose your job immediately because you couldn't make a painting, right? If you like submitted an AI portfolio or something and somehow it was passable, and they're like, hey, like, and then they give you the art test, right? And then you completely bomb it, and you can't even talk about the thing because you don't know what you're doing. Obviously, you'd fail, and you can't just like, oh, let me go learn how to paint in a week. But a lot of times it's like, you need to know all these 20 programs. Do you though? And then you get hired, and then you're like, oh gosh, you have to learn a certain program? Great. You can go home and learn it in 3 days. Like a lot of stuff is not. There's a prerequisite, but a lot of times it's not. What do you call it? It's not like the entire career, right? It's just like a program that you're lying about knowing when you don't, or it's maybe you're saying that you know something that will never actually be, it's a prereq, but it won't be something that's used in the actual job, right? You hear this with anyone who's ever taken college course and then got hired, there's going to be topics that you didn't need, right? Maybe you took some math classes and then it's like you don't actually do that kind of math. You do a different kind of math. Yeah, there's definitely jobs where like the thing that you get hired for is not the exact thing that you do, or like the type of, because like not most jobs are not portfolio based jobs, right? Most jobs aren't prove you can do the work. Most jobs are make sure you have the degrees, make sure you have the credentials, and have references. So like, did you work for a place before? Yes, right? Especially if it's like so like, I don't know if this is a true one because I'm just making it up, but like I would imagine like a lot of well, actually, no, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly which kind of jobs specifically. But yeah. Either way, don't cheat, don't lie, do the work, learn how to paint. Especially if you're doing art, or if you're doing it, if you want an art job, learn how to art. In some ways, I'm glad that art is like a portfolio-based job, you know? It's not just, oh, make sure you have a degree and make sure you got good grades. And then you do something art adjacent. So many teachers I know actively use it themselves. I was so horrified. Yeah. I've heard similar, but I know how you can expect the kids in your class to not use it if that's who's teaching it. But like how can you expect the kids in their classes not to use it if that's who teach? Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Like, I think if I were a kid, I would be sensitive to that hypocrisy. I'd be like, how can you tell me not to use it when you do it yourself? And I think, I mean, I know a lot of, like, that was the argument of, like, drinking, right? Of, like I didn't drink as a teenager, but, like, that was definitely a justification. Like, look, everybody around you drinks alcohol. Who cares if you do it? Like, you know, like, if there's sort of a if the people telling you not to do something are doing the thing, you just disregard it. You learn really fast that that's just pure hypocrisy, and then you do it anyway because you don't care and you're a kid and gonna do it what you want to do. And I think that's exactly what I would think if I was a kid being told not to use ChatGPT as my teacher asks ChatGPT what the answer, you know, like, not to mention, like, there are so many ads that show, like, got all that stupid learning how to do, like, there was an ad on Twitch. Hey, it's Kiritissa, a good time to change the topic. Vesta says, yeah, I'd like to think I wouldn't have used it, but I really feel for the kids growing up. Yeah, I mean, I generally would also like to say I wouldn't have used it, but again, I don't know why I think I would be different than the majority of kids. And, like, I'm not that special. And I don't know how I would respond. Anyway, yeah. How's it going? How's the world building? Right now I'm just painting, not really doing the world building thing. I mean, I kind of am. This will probably be added. For those who don't know, I can give an introduction. My name's Joe. I paint stuff. I have been doing a thing. Let me open up some random images here. Let me just change scenes so I'm not showing my folders, because that's obnoxious. So I've been doing a thing where I paint a lot of random environments, pretty standard stuff for my stream. But then I take these environments and, if I can find the right folder, then I add them to a little world. I put the little icons on the map. So here's this location. I put it on the map. It's there. And then over time, I'll fill out the map and make a little world. Anyway, that's kind of what I've been doing. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, I have some themes and ideas of the world and, like, what dictates stuff and how the workings and, you know, the behind the scenes go. And but yeah, I'm not gonna get into all that. But this one a lot of them are starting pretty random. This, I don't know. I think it'd be fun to have a spot like this in there, but I don't know if it will. Being a Joe is a dangerous thing. We don't have this. Wait, what? I blame Joe. Hold up. What is this? You blame Joe. I love that is an emote. I blame Joe. Wait, where is that from? Silver. Is that a Twitch emote? No. I mean, it's on Twitch, but, like, what is that? I don't know what that is. I like it. Anyway, hi, Kiritissa, how's it going? What were you working on? But yeah, so I'm just painting today. Nothing in particular, just some floating fantasy rocks, you know, classic thing that anyone who's ever done fantasy paintings probably has painted. It's Silver Sunset 42 stream. She does mainly puzzle games. Ooh, that's awesome. I both like puzzle games and that emote is great. I may have to follow them. I might have to snoop so I can get their emotes. It looks amazing. Thanks. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We have some lore and stuff slowly being built up, but mostly it's just my one of my goals for this little map thingy project is that over time, like the ideas get more specific, as like I think about the interactions between places. So for example, if I have a place here, like a big city, and how they interact with like different parts of the world, maybe there's like little offshoots and communities that are kind of based on this bigger community, but also incorporates other things in. And so you kind of have like, you know, I might do two random paintings that seemingly have no connection, but then I can kind of do like a middle painting that's sort of a crossover between ideas from each. And so each painting that I do, I'm trying to build up ideas that rely on other things. So like I'll do like I'll incorporate some of this into that, and some of this into that, and like over time there's you know, it gets more specific. But yeah, anyway, art tax. What were you working on? If you guys don't know Kiratissa, she's amazing. She does goldsmithing. She makes things out of metal, little doodads and thingamabobs and trinkets and amazing little kinetic stuff, kinetic jewelry, I guess, but it's not all jewelry. Uh, things with movable parts is the way to describe it. Things made out of metal with movable parts, and they're absolutely amazing. Absolutely gorgeous work, and I want to share the Instagram. Let me share your Instagram. I will just bring that up because I know you have an Instagram. Okay, here. I don't know if that introduction was good or not, but okay, here we go. Look at these. So they're like, this is like a pendant, and there's a necklace, and they move. There's movable parts. Here, let's see if I can. Oh wait, this is a work in progress. Hold on. Maybe this one shows how it moves. Yeah. So see, there's movable parts, and they're all just like they're super cool. Ooh, I really like that one. That's almost mesmerizing. Oh, that's beautiful. That's not movable. Hold up. Custom engagement ring. That's awesome. Ooh, lots of jewelry these days. Is this a new arc? Is this a new character arc? More jewelry. But yeah, I like the movable things, the kinetic stuff. Anyways, just amazing work. So much cool things. You've been learning engraving and setting stones? Nice. Ooh, look at that. Wait, is this all one piece, or are these separate pieces all connected? This is awesome. I don't really know what it is. A spinning tower of elements. Each one has its own color. Sapphires, garnets, garnet. I don't know how to say that word properly. Moonstones and quite a few more precious gems. The color representing each element. That's awesome. That's so cool. Anyway, Kiritiza, go follow her. She's amazing. Great work. Always an inspiration. It's separate pieces you can combine together. Gotcha. That's really neat. I love it. You're trying to work on a series of pennants inspired by magic worlds. I might need to peek into your art and find some inspiration. Well, if you ever come up with any cool like design, like one thing I don't have is like symbols and designs that represent the things. So if you ever do come up with you know, cool designs and symbols that even vaguely relate, I could totally incorporate that. I might be the one stealing ideas from you. Before you came in, we were talking about cheating in art. Not in art, but in like getting jobs and lying, cheating in school and lying to get into jobs, and you know, all the not good behavior that people do and are tempted with, especially with things like ChatGPT. But yeah, so I might have to steal some ideas from you. Not quite in the same way of stealing, but yeah, kind of on topic. Ah, the fake it till you make it. Yes, yes. Yeah, I'm not advocating doing it. It's bad. Don't lie. Don't lie on your resumes. Don't cheat in school for a good grade. But yeah, hope your day's going well, Kiritissa. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. Also, how the heck is it already 3 p.m.? Did I really noodle on this thing and make very little progress in 4 hours? I think I did. Even worse, did I just rant for 4 hours? What the heck? Cheating in relationships? No, that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about the growing up in an age where there's the internet, basically. Ranting streams equals best streams? Well, they certainly pass time. I don't know about the best, but they are a thing. Anyway, I'm just noodling here. I'm having fun. Some of these shapes and colors probably aren't very appealing. I almost think this is too big of a shape. I'm actually half tempted to erase that and just go like this. But I don't think that's right. No. What are streams if not a way to pass time? Well, that is, I guess, part of them. That's not the main I mean, I stream because I genuinely enjoy it, but it's not... I don't know, I guess maybe you're not wrong. Yeah, maybe you're not wrong. Is it to pass the time? I mean, I like the community, I'll be honest. I mean, it might sound sappy or something, but I stream because you guys are awesome. And I enjoy just hanging out. I guess it is hanging out and passing time. I mean, I like to pass my time with things I enjoy. Fair enough. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, some people stream to, like, you know, they do art on stream, and as they're doing their art, they're trying to learn stuff. I guess you can pass time with learning things, but I guess I don't think about it as passing time as the main motivator. I mean, even when I play games, right? I'm not doing it to pass the time. That's not the main reason. Does it pass the time? Absolutely. And I know I'm nitpicking, but that's what I do. I do love to be pedantic. What's wrong with this? I'm missing something. Is this background thing too plain? Maybe this shape here. Could use a little bit of an airbrush. Just a smidge to lighten things up. I think that's better already. No, to be fair, I feel like I'm actively trying to claw seconds back most of the time. True. Yeah. I mean, I like that. I think I kind of. Yeah, I don't know if I do that, but I do. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed that it's already 3 because I feel like I should end stream because I've been streaming so long, and I feel like but also feel like I haven't done much. Like, surely I could have done better and done more work in less time. You know? Like, where did it go? I don't want it. Yeah, I don't want it to pass that fast, especially if I'm doing something I enjoy, you know? Svesta, I didn't ask you, but what have you been working on lately? Have you done any fun art stuff? Or not fun art stuff? Have you done any art stuff? Fun or not? Or anyone else, if you've done art stuff that is also not fun. I wanna know what you were doing. There's nothing stopping you from keep going? My eyeballs. My eyeballs hurt. I can feel them. They're achy, and when I look at things and read text, I go cross-eyed. So I think that might be stopping me a little bit. Just a... Please blink. I am, but it's hard. It's like, I have to... It's effortful. You have, in fact, done some art stuff. Do you want to share? Perchance? Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. Also, hunger and just standing up and stretching and moving and... What is this stuff over here? That's like random shapes. Random, and now I'm designing these rocks. I've been painting on this for a while, but now I'm like designing these rocks. Well, you said you want to keep going, so I thought that meant you weren't any of those things. Well, I want to keep going in the sense that, like, I'd like to be able to stream 24 hours a day without ever having to stop, right? Like, in theory, I would like to keep going. But my senses tell me better, and I don't actually want to, like, harm myself. Right? Like, I would like to be able to stream more, but I don't think I probably should. This is looking very cool. Nice colors. Thank you, Armpit Raider. That's a name. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I get that, and I get sore from sitting in my chair. Yeah, I'm not sore from sitting in my chair yet, but my eyes are sore. Is this okay, though? What's going on here? Let's you know what? Let's break up the monotony. It's one of the names of all times. It is one of the names of all time. Yes. Let's break up the monotony by adding splashes of random color. Because you know what? Why not? Why not add color? Sometimes when I'm splashing on color like this, I can come up with little interesting things that I wouldn't have done otherwise. In fact, I kind of like that splash of color. Also, if this is the shadows, I'm going to add a little bit of blue in here. The little wheat strands in the shade. Shadows of wheat or barley or something. I don't actually know what barley looks like, to be honest. Little bright spots. Just adding little dots. Some details. I don't know if I'm going to keep the colors here. I kind of like it, though. It adds something, right? Doesn't it add a little something? Something. I think it's not bad. It's pushing the foreground a little more saturated, I think is what it did. And it kind of emphasized that atmosphere a bit. I don't know if I love it. It's not half bad, though. The nice thing about this is that because I'm just making it up as I go, feels a little punchier, yeah. And I think it just, like, harmonized the colors just a tad. I don't know, it's different. It might be a little bit of a heavy-handed way of doing that. Like, I don't know if that's the right way. Like, maybe I could have punched it up. Here, let's try something. Maybe I could have done that with the, like, the blue, right? Like these lines or something. So, like, I could get the same saturation in there in a different way. Right? I don't know if that's the way to do it. Like, that changes the vibe also. That might even be better. I mean, obviously that's a little heavy-handed, right? But the idea being to emphasize the stuff, you know, that's like the focal points instead of, right? I'm emphasizing the focal points instead of leaning into like a color shift, right? This just makes it feel more like a sunset, whereas this makes it feel more like these things are magical and they're, you know, it's just two different directions. I think this is probably the better one. It's not quite as, like, you know, the color. You don't look at this and be like, wow, the colors are amazing, right? Whereas you might look at the other one and be like, oh, the colors are really interesting. Could do both. This, though, lets me tone down maybe the foreground one and focus on this background. Kind of like that, actually. This is kind of neat. You can share, but it's silly world buildy stuff. I mean, that's great. What do you mean? We like silly world buildy stuff, don't we? And also, you saying it's silly world buildy stuff, I know for sure I'm going to be oohing and ahhing over it, so even if it's silly to you, and even if I'm not, it's still cool to see. Kind of like that. Little zigzaggy shapes up here. These should be softer though, not too intense. I think this is better than what I was doing. Because this is more colorful, but it's with a purpose, you know? Before it was just colorful for colorful's sake, like in an abstract way it looked nice. Now, do I make these things go to the middle here? Show the core? Ooh, I think I do. I think I just solved something. The cores of these things. Maybe not. That's a lot. I don't know if I want that. That feels like that's making a new focal point. Maybe I don't want that. Maybe we do put a little bit in here, though. Maybe with dots? I don't know. Not bad. Kinda sorta works. But yeah. Let's see. What else do I do before I end stream? I think I want to paint some of these things to sort of just like little rocks laying around. Maybe they're cut rocks, cut stones. Maybe they're just little stones laying around. But I feel like if you were to have a bunch of rocks go up in the air like this, you would also have a ton of little debris, right? You'd have a lot of things on the ground. Like, it wouldn't just be clean, right? But that would make no sense. Those stones in the fields. Some here. Something like that could work. Don't know if I like the shapes here. Maybe this shape has some like... Ooh, we can do the... No, we can put a little symbol on here. No, probably not that symbol. Probably, I don't know. Just some sort of like magical thingy. With random points. I don't know. Something like that. I do like painting rocks. Rocks are just like almost therapeutic. I could paint them all day, even if I'm not making a lot of progress on them. Some of these shapes are a little funky. Probably get a little bit of skylight on them, a little bit more blue. I don't even know if I need them there. Can I post a little screen grab if the link is okay? Yep, links are perfect. Links are okay. Anyone can share. If it's their work, links are okay. I just don't want random links to like just random spots and stuff. But I know you wouldn't do that. And obviously there's exceptions that can be made, like if you wanted to share someone else's work and you specified, you're welcome to, but yeah. I do like these little things. I don't normally do like painting each an individual grain of, wheat or whatever. But I do think in the foreground it's kind of fun to put little dots and stuff. Sort of like that, the way that wheat might look. You just put a little few strands here and there, so that like your brain picks those up, and it's like, oh look, there's little. It also is kind of like you're making little gaps between things, and I don't know. I don't think you need to do a lot of them, just a few. Yeah, little grass seeds, just a few here and there can go a long way, I feel like, in terms of just like making you sort of notice all the little textures, like it, but still keeping it very painterly, right? Like obviously I'm not detailing a lot. I mean, I guess these are details of sorts. I don't know. I like it. Ways to sort of add some texture in here. Hand painting texture. Could probably use like a custom brush for this that has like a little bit of I should make a seed brush. I feel like that wouldn't be too bad. Here's what I'm currently working on. Nice, let's take a look. Ah, this is so good. Wait, so you said this is a world building stuff. This looks like a very clear direction project stuff. This is awesome. There's like a whole story going on. This is extremely cool. I love this. Also, just like, it's just gorgeous. Like, the storytelling, the world building stuff aside. Like, the colors and just, look at this. I'm going to screen share it because I know you probably won't care. But just the colors and the color palette, the whole vibe of the thing is just gorgeous. This is really cool. I love it. Thank you for sharing. How's it going? It's going. Lone one Alex says, whoa. Yeah, right? Whoa. If you guys don't know Zvesta, go follow them. They also stream on Twitch. Lone. Lost one. Lone one. My eyes, I'm telling ya, when I stream, my eyes go wonky. Literally cross-eyed. Reading is hard, okay? Yeah, how are... Anyway, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Reading is hard. Yeah, I'm trying to just add in some... Like, there's a lot of dark shapes in here that shouldn't be this dark. So I'm kind of trying to add in some just texture for kind of scribbly fill light almost. Like a... something to block out some of these dark shapes, but I'm doing it with like a scribble. Just to make it slightly less dark, you know? Maybe some reds. Like, I still want some darkness in there. I tend to get eye twitches after a few hours too, to be fair. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have an astigmatism, which I don't know how that plays into effect. I kind of don't I always just thought astigmatism is like your eyes are kind of wonky shaped. But it does make focusing hard after when you get tired. Like, I think it uses more eye muscles to like focus properly, and I think when you get tired, those eye muscles start to like, well, get tired, and then it's really hard to focus. That's my understanding of how it works, and I'm sure everybody's eyes don't focus as well when you're tired, but I think my eyes are particularly bad. And I'm pretty sure an astigmatism has, it plays a part. Pretty sure. Basically, my eyes are all wonky. It makes eyes look, or it makes light look odd too. Oh, like at night, like the halo. Is that what you're talking about? Like bad. I mean, I don't think it looks wonk. I mean, I don't know. I've never not had it, so I don't know. Makes it look odd. What do you mean? Makes light look odd? I don't think so. Maybe. What do you mean? Wonk look odd how? Like, my vision sucks. So like, if I take off my glasses or something, like it's you know, light's all sorts of weird because when you can't see crap, like there's all sorts of dots and blobs. Like I'll see things like this, like little dots and stuff and random halos and all sorts of crap with things with light. But that's only like when I don't have my glasses on. Ooh, I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if I can confirm or deny. Do you see streaks of light coming off lights? Normally that only happens with glasses or windshields, but you have astigmatism, it happens regardless. No, I don't think I really see. I mean, maybe I don't. I'm pretty sure I have astigmatism. I don't know. That's what my doctor said. I don't know if I see streaks of light. I mean, I definitely see like halos and stuff, right? Um, but I also my vision has always sucked. But even with, so I've always had glasses, and even at night, that's an effect. Um, I think citation needed. There are different types. Maybe, probably. Yeah, there's probably nuance, like any topic. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I don't know. Pretty sure. But like this. Oh, no, I don't see that. No. Okay, it's not that. I mean, maybe night vision, like again, without glasses for sure. Like I probably see. I mean, it's not exactly streaks, but it's something similar. Um, for sure without glass. Even at night though, maybe a little bit, but no, it's not. It's not that bad. I mean, granted. I mean, is it though? No, I don't think so. Pretty sure it's not. Yeah, it's probably not that bad. Or this, let's take a look. Oh, that is absolutely that's much. Yeah, yeah, I have that. That's what it looks like for me. So this is much closer for sure. So even with glasses, I see that. I see like halos and yeah, like sparkle stuff. But it doesn't feel. But it's like a radial thing. It's not. I mean, it's that. It's pretty much this, but it's not like in one direction, right? Whereas this one made it look like it's one direction. That's not. Mine's not like a streak. Mine's like a starburst. Yeah, that's much closer. That's way closer to what I see. I mean, I do wonder if like it could just also be crappy vision, right? Like it's just having bad vision, and then it makes it worse because at night or something when you see all the lights. Um, because like I don't know. Like I know I have astigmatism, but I don't know if it's the cause of the wonkiness of how I see things, or if because I don't know how normal people see. I only know I'm a sample of one. I only know how I see stuff, and so yeah. Wait, so you guys don't see like subtle blurs and stuff at night when it's like dark and there's bright lights? You don't have trouble seeing when I get the streaks, the image are really sensitive to bright light. But my eyes are really sensitive to bright light. Gotcha. No, not if I'm wearing my glasses. Oh, interesting. I supposedly have 20/20 vision, but my eyes are really sensitive to bright light. Huh. Yeah, my eyes suck. And I feel like I probably need to go back to the eye doctor and to update my prescription. I want to say upgrade to the next level of terrible eyes. No, I need to update my prescription because I'm pretty sure my eyes have gotten slightly crappier over the last few years. I wear them most of the time to protect my vision, but I can see if I wanted to take them off. Gotcha. I see the streaks a little at night, but not to that extent. Gotcha. See, I think I see them to pretty much to the extent of what that second link, but not the first one. Anywho, how's that working? I think we need more red in here. More reddish colors, especially around here. Nice red colors. I like that. Maybe even under here. You should maybe get another eye test. It's been a couple years. Yeah. Joe leveled up in eye loss. Yeah, exactly. My eye loss has leveled up. You just had yours retested since the first time in 2020, and apparently my eyes are slightly worse now too. Yeah. I think most people's eyes get worse, right? Nobody's eyes get better. Or do they? Do some people's eyes get better as they get older? That's not a thing, right? That would be wild. Imagine I go to the eye doctor and they're like, your eyes are perfect now. You no longer need glasses. I take them off. What's that movie where like the dude probably any superhero movie or something where like, oh yeah, it's Spider-Man, right? Where he gets bit and then he takes off his glasses and he can suddenly see and his eyes are worse with glasses. Because like his eyes just somehow fix themselves or something. In children, it does. It starts pretty bad. Oh, probably not unless they got LASIK. True. I would get LASIK if I don't. I mean, I don't know how much it costs and how, LASIK. I think the worst part about LASIK is just it's scary to think about people operating on your eyes because like if something goes wrong, then you're blind, and that's super scary. But also like I'd totally be up for it. If doctors said I would be a good candidate for it, I would totally do it. And also if I had the money to pay for it. I don't know, I've never really looked into it, to be honest. I'm pretty sure there's definitely been like cases of it. Like back in the day, it wasn't like 100%. Like when LASIK started, and there was like a time where it was like very experimental, and like people didn't know doctors didn't know what they were doing. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure it's like super high. Like I don't know what the failure rate is or what. I'm sure it's extremely high. I imagine it's basically if you go in for LASIK, you're gonna be fine. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Maybe I needed citation needed, but pretty sure there was like a small chance of like them screwing up. And I mean, there's always a chance, right? But it was like a non-zero, yeah, it wasn't terrible. Or it wasn't great. There's a guy I follow who got LASIK, gave him a really streaky light thing, which is known risk apparently. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if they made your eyes worse, right? If your eyes sucked and they made them worse, I don't know, I guess that's not being totally blind, but it sounds pretty sucky. No, but I would do it. That's not really a concern for me. Again, if the doctors are like, were confident that my case was, normal, within the normal, scope of what they do, then I would have no reason to not trust them and do it, It can sound scary, but, whatever. There's that part of my brain that's like, I don't want people operating on my eyes. But that's where you just look at stats and be like, you gotta suck it up. Okay, my stomach hurts. I'm hungry. I should probably end stream. Should probably end stream and get some food. Be healthy and all that. I get it. I've been there a couple times. With the like the not doing a thing or not. I mean, it's the same. Yeah. So I have this. I don't know what other people other people think about it, but I think of it just like jumping off a diving board, where like if I know that people jump off I remember it was my earliest experience with this, where like, you know, I'm up in the diving board, you know, it's scary because it's high up, and I feel like I'm gonna die if I jump. But like, I just remind myself that like, look, other people are doing it. Obviously, I'll be okay. You know, like statistically, it's gonna be fine. Could something go wrong? Probably, but also, I'll be fine. And then I just go. I say, screw it. I'm gonna go for it. I don't care if I am scared. As long as the evidence is on my side, how I feel about it is kind of irrelevant, right? Like, if the statistics and the doctors are, you know, statistically, if LASIK is successful, like very successful, and I am a normal person, and there's no reason to think that I would be, you know, different than the normal population, and if that's what my doctors say, then like, why would I not trust them, right? Even though it's scary. Same thing with like flying. Flying's a good example where like you can look at flight statistics and be like, oh, it's safer than driving. But like, it's scary, right? It's scary because if something did go wrong, you're dead, and that sucks. But like, that doesn't change the reality of it. Apparently the failure risk is like, relatively high compared to other surgeries, which is kind of scary. Like, when it works great, but apparently some people have gone blind. Yeah. I think I had read that too, which is just incredibly tragic. Can't even imagine it. Yeah. I think the worst part about it, for me, is that it's not necessary, right? You can wear glasses and be okay. You can live your life as a normal person. So it's... What am I doing? I was reaching for my light. So when you think of like an optional surgery that has a slightly high chance of going wrong, but then again, if you compare it to like, I don't know, other types of cosmetic surgery, is it worse? I don't actually know. I was able to actually enjoy a roller coaster with a steep but not that high drop because the restraints were actually loose enough to allow my body to float upward with the motion of the cart, so I didn't get that awful lurching feeling in your stomach. Normally I hate steep drops for that reason. Wait, what are people memeing on? Fastest eye gun? What are we talking about? I've had laser surgery on your eyes, and I get monthly eye injection. Oh, eye injections sound awful. If my eye doctor wasn't the fastest gun in the West, I'd freak out. Wait, what do you mean they stab you real quick? Like, that sounds even worse. If my doctor is gonna poke things into my eye, I'd prefer they make sure they do it right. And I mean, I'm sure they're doing it right. I don't know if speed is the defining feature of me getting jabbed in the eye. No thanks. Don't worry, we're gonna go real quick. Oh, thanks, Doc. Yeah, in, shot, outdone. Gotcha. They're just like, just stick you with it. I don't. You know, I'm having second thoughts on this whole LASIK thing. Okay, my tea's out. That's when you know. I don't think it's just do jab. It's like the okay, count to 3, 1, 2, and they go on 2. Hopefully they sedate me. Wait, what do they do? Just don't blink? Like, my eyes twitch and stuff. Like, how do they do that? Do they have to like numb you to like stop the eye jitters? Because you know how, like, your eye, like, has the... What's the word? Staccato? Is that the word? It does, like, the quick eye movements. Like, that rhythm. How do they stop that? Like, yeah, I'd blink or flinch. Surely they have to, like, numb you, right? Like... How now I'm curious how okay, I don't know why we're talking about getting injections in your eye. Do they have those things that keep your eye open? Maybe. I don't know. Lemsil seems to be the resident expert here. The only person with any experience. This is all new to me. This sounds not enjoyable, to say the least. Sorry, man, for that image. I mean, yeah, I would want them to, like, put me under or something. You know, anything to stop me from blinking. Oh, not Lemsil. Wait. Who said they had eye surgery and they have to get injections? Wait, no, Sherlock said I have to get monthly eye injections. And then Sherlock said, do they have those things that keep your eyes open? Wait, Sherlock, wouldn't you know? Why are you asking me if they have those things that keep your eye open? How do they do that to... We're asking you. How do you get the injections in your eye without blinking and moving? Did I misread something? I don't know who to believe anymore. But yeah, I also would be afraid of blinking or flinching. That doesn't sound appealing. It's been a while. The eye surgery had the eye thing open thing. No, for your eye injections though, that you said you got monthly eye injections. How do they give you the injections? They just hold your eyelids open and stick it into your eyeball? That sounds awful. Wait, how do you stop from moving your eyes? Like your eye goes like in a rhythm, right? Like there's little movements, like uncontrollable, right? You can't just like hold still. No, that's not how your... Is that how your eyes work? Am I going crazy? Pretty sure your eyes have, like, jitters. Right? Like, little subtle ones. Baby needle holds in place. Oh my goodness. Ugh, no thanks. I'm having second thoughts here on this whole LASIK thing. I don't think I want monthly eye injections. Also sounds expensive. Today I learned not everyone... I don't think so. I'm pretty sure people's eyes have like super fast movement. I don't know even what to Google for this. I do my best to stay still. The movements must not be enough to mess up the injection. And like I said, he's quick. I guess. Alright. I mean, maybe that's why they're quick, is because they don't want to have it in your eye too long while you blink and freak out. Yeah, okay. Well, I just feel like that would mess things up. But maybe the eye is squishy enough that it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about eyes. You know, as riveting as a conversation as this is, I don't feel like I'm helping. I mean, look, I don't think when it comes to this topic, I don't think any talking about it helps. It's one of those things where I think you just have to not think too hard about it and go with it. Assuming it's, you know, trust the doctor and then go with it. I'm a big fan of trusting the experts, personally. As somebody who is not an expert in pretty much anything. Yeah. Trust the ones who do know stuff, because don't trust me. You're an expert in painting and creativity. Am I though? Am I? I don't know about an expert. That's... Yeah, I don't know about an expert, but... No doubt about it. What do you mean? Am I though? More than us, at least? Maybe. I don't know at what point would you call your... I mean, that's tough, though. Like, I think at one point, like, if you... For example, if you have, like, a doctorate in something, at some point, you can be like, all right, I'm an expert in this area that I studied, right? Because, like, you have expertise. But for someone who's, like, self-taught on a thing... It's hard to be like, okay, now I'm an expert, right? Like, okay, well... Sure, it's expertise, but is it, like, accurate expertise? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's experience, right? I might be more experienced than someone else, but I don't know about expertise. Like, I could be experienced but also have a bunch of bad habits that are not like sound, right? Whereas like when I think of like a mathematician, right, or somebody who is an expert in their field, I feel like there's a confidence that the things they know about math are true or are accurate. I'm not convinced the things I know about art are accurate and true. They just seem to work well enough for me. You know? Like, yes, I can explain why I do what I do, and it makes sense to me, but there's no, like, you know, research papers and studies and things I can point to that's like... I mean, some of the stuff I can, right? But a lot of it is... Like, here is how I like to communicate form and using color and shape and line and stuff, right? You know what I mean? Like, there's a personal, like, preference there. I don't feel like that's expertise. It's maybe experience, but expertise feels like the wrong word to me. I think that's the difference between fields that can be rigorous compared to subject. I mean, I think you can... maybe. Maybe. I mean, there's definitely subjectivity in art, but I think a lot of stuff around art, a lot of topics do have expertise. So, for example, take, like, light... Take how light works, right? There's a lot of... No, I mean, it's physics, right? There's a lot of physics around how light and things work, and, like, you know, why certain things appear certain ways. There's a lot of actual expertise around lenses and how cameras work, and knowing the science of that. And a lot of what artists are doing, we might treat our picture frame as like a camera, and we choose like a perspective and a lens, but we don't really understand, not always, the sort of the actual expertise around that. A lot of it's just like, I just kind of make it up, and I'm a good guesser, you know? I don't feel like that's expertise. I feel like that's... I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I mean, there's definitely some things I can back up with, like, you know, actual, like, the science behind it, right? I try my best to know that stuff. But there's a lot of it I don't really understand. I kind of know the gist of it. You know, same thing with, like, anatomy, right? Like, people who are good at anatomy with art. At what point are you like, I'm an expert in anatomy? Well, I don't know. Are you, though? Like... Because, like, I feel like you'd actually have to know anatomy, right? Not just be able to, like, mimic it. I don't know. It's a... Maybe I just don't like calling myself an expert. I feel like it's the same gripe I have with, you know, like, welcome to my master class. Who am I to decide that it's a master class? Like, you know, how could you ever call yourself a master at something? That's even more egregious. It's one thing to say you're an expert, whatever. That's just some amount of expertise, and you're an expert. But to say a master is even worse, right? That feels like you have to have the ego, a massive ego. I just couldn't. It just doesn't seem right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just full of self-doubt. I'm just uncertain and have self-doubt. Maybe I just need some self-esteem building exercises. Some confidence building. No, I think I'm fairly confident in what I know. Fairly. But yeah, I guess maybe expertise. I don't know. I'd rather just say experience and like you know, obviously there are some people who are going to have less experience than me in certain things, especially in like exactly what I'm doing, right? And if I'm talking about like painting in a certain way or with a certain process or, you know, certain things, I definitely think there would be, yeah, master. Yeah, I mean, even then it's so like like I don't know, it just feels like a weird. I can't. Ari Pan isn't master, and she's younger than me. See, I feel like that's where I would be like, okay, she obviously has expertise, right? Master feels like a weird, like a weird term, just in general. Like it feels like a. I don't know. I mean, I think again, this is where there's a subjectivity in it. You know, they're a master of what they do maybe, but not of all art. Like I wouldn't even consider like take someone like people like to consider like Kim Jung-gi, right? They like to consider him a master, which is fair because he was obviously he had a ton of expertise at what he did. But like, was he a master in color? Well, as far as I know, didn't use color, so probably not, right? But like, it's very specific to what he was doing, right? Master feels more like a I don't know. It's a weird title. Bob Ross was a master. That feels like a controversial statement. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I feel like the simplicity in what he actually did. Like when you're doing things that are specifically very simple, it'd be like calling like a high school math teacher a master of math, right? Like, are you a master mathematician to teach high school math? Not necessarily. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of the vibe I get from Bob Ross. Like don't get me wrong, he was probably a master communicator or inspirational educator or something. Like he definitely reached the public in a way that is rarely seen. Yeah, yeah, he was a master influencer. He was like a social media influencer before social media, right? He got people inspired to paint and like he might I think he was also very good at art, right? But I don't think the types of work he did on TV would be considered like master paintings. You know what I mean? Like he might maybe if he, you know, put all of his time into another kind of, you know, art where he's pushing himself a bit more, then maybe. But I wouldn't argue that the stuff he was doing on TV was like masterpieces by any mean. Yeah, he definitely made it simple. Yeah. But it's hard to tell, right? Like I don't think you can even judge his skill from what he was doing because he was doing stuff that was so familiar and non-groundbreaking, right? It'd be like trying to judge whether a math teacher is a master at math based on their ability to do algebra. Well, yeah, they can do algebra. Like, it might seem like sorcery to someone who can't do algebra, and maybe the way they explain it is super simple and you know, like easy to digest. But I feel like he really brought painting to the masses through his simplicity. But yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one for me. I think Bob Ross is can have a lot of titles, but that might be a stretch. I don't know. I don't think it's again. This is like a. It doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter who you call that. I don't know. It's interesting. I feel weird about that term. I'll be honest. I guess at some point, these are titles where if enough people call you a thing, then you are. That's how I think. Especially in subjective fields like art. If enough people call you a master, fair enough, you're a master. Or if enough of your peers call you a master, right? Obviously, if you swindle the general population to think that you're a master and you're not, then that doesn't make it so. But like, I think it's very much like in the eyes of your peers, right? If other professionals in your field call you a master, then like, who are you? Whatever. Don't argue. Accept it, right? Because like that's how it gets. That's how words. Like when you hear stories of like actors talking about their fellow actors as being like next level actors, and you're like, okay, maybe I'll trust what that person's saying about their peers. It's better coming from others than calling yourself that. Yeah, yeah. Ghost is on. Twitch is haunted. A fish. It's. But yeah, it's. Yeah, I think that's how I would use titles like that. Same with expertise. I think if enough people want to know what you know, then you can say you have an expertise in that thing of like when other people sort of go to you as the source because they and consistently like or if you have an idea that is if people are challenged, like obviously if I'm teaching perspective and people come to me for to learn perspective, not that I do, but and then other people who know perspective are like, you're wrong, right? Like, and they can prove me wrong of why I'm teaching something wrong. That doesn't make me an expert just because people come to me. So obviously my ideas have to hold up. Like if I make a claim of like, oh, if you do this with values, like I have to be clearly I have to be saying something that's true enough, right? You can't be making random baseless claims. Is invisible a title or a default you have to pull yourself try to get out of? What do you mean invisible? I don't know. I guess let other people decide. Do you know anyone who is better at thumbnailing color landscape? Yeah. Nathan Fowkes. Also, it depends on what you're painting for. Like what the purpose is. Nathan Fowkes, for sure. Right? He's for sure a better colorist than I am. I am not a good no, like I'm not even in the same ballpark, right? Sure, like hard to find examples of those. Yeah, yeah. Like I think a lot of people don't post examples of that. And also it depends on what you're doing, right? A lot of what I'm doing is not, how do I word it? Like I'm more sketching. Yes, I'm sketching in color, but I'm just sketching random stuff. I'm not sketching for a purpose, right? If you have like a very specific mood or something in mind, there's a difference of like doing a color thumbnail for a very specific reason versus just like I'm just having fun with color and it where it goes, no one knows, right? I feel like it can what I'm doing is not the same. It's a different skill even. Like we might both make thumbnails and we might both work in color, but the goal is different and so the decision making is different. Right? And I feel like what I'm doing is much more loosey goosey, uh, you know, no right or wrong. Whereas when you're trying to tell stories and push color or push like the mood with color, I think you can get more to a point where it's closer to right or wrong, right? Like less stuff flies, right? Because you now have these constraints. And I'm not always doing that. Like I don't think I'm terrible at it. I think if we were to do like a color challenge type thing where, we had 20 different moods and I wanted to do like a quick thumbnail of each mood or two thumbnails of each mood and use different colors for each one, I think I could do it. But not compared to some people whose literal like careers and areas of study is that, Um yeah, I don't know. That's a tricky one. But yeah, I would definitely have to refute that if someone tried to call me a master of that. That's I just because I do it a lot doesn't mean I'm great at it, right? This is if you ever played a video game, you know that just because someone plays a lot of a game doesn't mean they're good at the game. Like I don't think I'm terrible at what I'm doing, but there's definitely like I don't even want to say stagnation, but there's a slowdown. Well, nobody did. We called you an expert. Fair enough. But that's, yeah, also refuting that. Nope, I won't stand for it. I'll take it as a compliment, though, and say thank you, and then we'll move on. It makes me uncomfortable. Yeah. That's the flattery. I appreciate the flattery. And nope, not even that. Anyway, hope everyone's day is good so far, and yeah, I think this is we're getting down to the nitty gritty. I'm just like making little brush strokes. I'm literally just moving color around. I think there's still something here that's missing. It's a little like, is it dull? I don't know. No, it's not dull. I think the gray's good actually. I think back here could use some light. Some of those brighter yellows. Now I don't want to go too yellow, right? Because like the grays are nice, and I don't want to make there's like a critical mass, right? I don't know what you call that, but where like if I put too much bright yellow, right? At some point the painting's gonna feel more vibrant than it will gray, and that'll ruin the contrast. And so I think I don't want to go too yellow, but I do think I want more yellow. Although this is the edge of the canvas, so maybe not. But yeah, if anybody has any art they'd like to share before I end stream, I'd love to take a look at it. I'm happy with this painting. I think it's a decent one. It works. It's pretty loose, but not too loose. I've done a little bit more detailing on it than I do in some paintings. I could probably still go over it and polish up a lot of these shapes and just make things a little, like the edges, a little bit more intentional, and sort of figure out where do I want the soft edges and where do I want the hard edges. Just looked at Nathan Fouts. He does a ton of portraits too. Didn't expect that. Yeah, he does a lot of stuff. Also, I have a question about Nathan Fouts that I've always been too afraid to ask. Why does he wear the eye patch? I assume, like, because I remember when he first started wearing it, I literally saw, like, an interview with him where he wasn't wearing it, and then he was wearing it, and he literally said that he just got back from an eye thing, so he had to wear the patch. But then he never stopped wearing it. So, like, we were talking about eye surgery. Like, I know you shouldn't ask about people's, like, medical stuff. I assumed it's an injury. Yeah, but he's been wearing it for, like, 6 years. Or more. So it's not like a temporary thing. I feel like it's, if to me, in my head, it's like a permanent thing now. So I guess maybe he just never thought it'd be polite to ask. Yeah, me neither. I don't think it is polite. I feel like anytime I've heard it addressed, it was never quite specific, so I forgot why. Yeah. I just remember back, oh, it could be a lifelong injury. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm too afraid to ask. I wouldn't know how to even approach it, and it's not really any of my business, to be honest, but I've always just wondered because, like, I don't, he didn't always have it. I remember the first time, as far as I know, is the first time he ever wore it, and he had mentioned that he. Anyway, yeah, it makes him look cool. It does. It does. It does look cool, and maybe that's why he wears it. I doubt it. I guess, oh, a nice way of asking, and not that I'm going to, but a nice way of asking could be like, do you find that only seeing out of one eye affects how you do art? And how does that and did that compare to, like, when if you could see out of two eyes, right? Like, because, like, I imagine there's like a depth perception thing, right? And like maybe there's a benefit, like, I wonder if there's like an upside, right? Like a subtle upside, like oftentimes there is when you can see a different perspective, a different perspective. um so yeah, I'd be kind of curious. I feel like that would be a way to approach that topic without being rude. I don't know. I always had wondered that if it affects depth perception when observing the real world, obviously it wouldn't have much effect on actual canvas. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, I feel like it would be better, right? Because you wouldn't have the competing perspectives, and so you would just paint what you see, right? But on the other hand, a lot of what can make art feel more lively than like a photo is that you can pick and choose how you show subjects to like communicate it, right? You can add color, you can add things to create more depth, right? There's sort of a choice there. So you probably would need to know how to do that also, and like it probably that's easier to learn by drawing things that look three-dimensional. um so like, I don't think you'd. So, but like having both experiences though could be interesting. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I don't. Yeah, it's an food for thought for me, I guess. I'm so sleepy, I think I need to go for a walk. I'm gonna collapse. All right, Sarah, take care. Thanks for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Good chatting. Slash debating, or whatever you want to call it. I feel like, I don't know, I always like the conversations. I think they're fun. It's always nice when people disagree with stuff, and I feel like I say stuff and you're like, nope. And you always give counter examples, and I like it. I always appreciate it. It makes for good conversations. Okay, I'm out of tea. I keep trying to drink from an empty teacup. Fellow disagreement enjoyer, yeah. But yeah, get some rest, Sarah. Okay, this is a good spot to stop. I might work on this more. Probably not next stream. I think this one's going to be done. I mean, it'll be done for the streaming. But I actually would like to work on this more. I think it'd be kind of cool. The sky needs some help. I like how they're rendering this piece. It has kind of a water-based media look. Yeah, it's very loose, right? Just kind of blobby and stuff. The sky definitely needs help. I don't know what's going on there. In fact, I should probably just like make a new layer and like blank it out like this. And then come in with like a brighter color and just see if like what, you know, would adding fog or mist do something? No. But for now, this will work. You like the lines? They're not bad. I think I could do more with like showing the underside of them, or maybe there's light, you know, because again, we have a lighting direction that's pretty strong from like that side. So maybe there's some light up here. Yeah. It does look interesting, but it's a little... It doesn't feel intentional to me. And it's not. It's not intentional. I don't really know what my goal is with it and where... It's kind of just lines that happen. Those were like the... Like when thinking compositionally, right? And sometimes you are putting things like to balance out the scene, right? Those were just the lines that I made that felt the least like intrusive or the least like disruptive. So they're more just like compositional lines that kind of sort of work, but they're not really clouds and they don't really work like clouds, and they're just kind of blobs, right? They're not really, they're just shapes, and they're kind of cool. You know, maybe the shape should have gone behind this shape, right? Up like that or something. I don't know. But yeah, they just feel like shapes that aren't necessarily clouds. They could be, though. They're not bad. I might do something instead, just like horizontal lines. So maybe something like this. Something like that. So now it's still kind of graphical, but it sort of has like a... I like that. That's better to me. That's a lot better, actually. Right? Because now it has a flow, right? I think for me, the flow like this and this, right? There's a little bit of like curviness going on, and these have lines. So now because like these also have lines, right? And so it sort of pairs with it well. I think that's better. Yeah, it's more liney. And they contrast, right? The lines are going in a different direction than like these things. So that's kind of, I don't know, it just makes for a nice, to me it's more pleasing. But I'll have to sleep on it. I think it's a good spot to stop. Okay, we're gonna go raid somebody. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. If you're watching the VOD or something, then thank you for making it this far. You're amazing. Take care, everybody. I will be live on Thursday